Before lunch, we were still busy with draft decision 36com 7B.24. Proposed amendments have been circulated. They should be on your desk by now. On this color paper, as you know, we had a list of speakers. Just to remind you, we had Serbia, followed by France, followed by Estonia and Switzerland. We'll take those interventions and then we continue with our discussions. With that, can we give the floor to Serbia? Serbia, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais juste dire que si on suit les décisions du comité, dans la décision précédente de la 35e session, il fallait que l'État partie soumette un rapport le 1er février et l'information concernant la modification des limites du site du patrimoine mondial, la création de la zone tampon et l'inclusion d'autres massifs forestiers de valeur au site. Donc, j'aimerais bien poser la question, pourquoi maintenant on propose d'inscrire le site quand, en fait, on est dans 2012. Donc, je ne vois pas pourquoi maintenant la décision ne correspond pas à ce que le comité a demandé l'année précédente. Aussi, j'aimerais bien avoir l'explication de l'État partie, comme d'ailleurs ça a été demandé par le délégué de l'Inde tout à l'heure, pour nous expliquer cette loi fédérale numéro 365 à laquelle on fait référence dans le projet de décision. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Serbia. At some point, the state party will get that chance. France, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. On a parlé de modification et d'augmentation, de modification des limites du bien. La question que je me pose, c'est de savoir quel serait l'impact de cette augmentation sur le bien. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, France. That question will be clarified at some point. Estonia, you have the floor.
Thank you. We would also like to recall that the committee discussed this subject thoroughly last year, and we made a decision that requested the state party to halt gold mining within the property and to reverse the boundary changes, as these issues constitute a certain danger to the property's OUV. We took a stand on these issues. This year's conservation report says there is a clear evidence that full-scale gold mining preparatory works are ongoing within the property and the boundary changes have not been reversed accordingly. The consistency of committee's decisions is of utmost importance. Therefore, we see that danger listing in this case is clearly justified, as it was proposed already last year but conditionally postponed. On a general note, we would like to say that it's a very worrying trend that the danger list is increasingly perceived by the state parties as a sort of blacklist of punishment to be avoided at all costs. The danger list is actually a positive tool for the benefit of the state parties. It aims to increase the awareness and the threat both within the state and the international level to mobilize help and support for conservation. There have been a number of success stories with sites that have been inscribed to the danger list at one or another point in time. And we have every confidence that the Comiforest could also become a success story when the danger list is fully used for the purpose for which it was created. I'm sure we still want to halt gold mining and reverse the boundary changes that have been taken place. Thank you.
Thank you, Estonia. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous voulons soutenir ce que nos collègues estoniens et allemands ont affirmé. Dans ce cas de figure, on est en 2012, les limites sont celles qu'on voit sur l'écran en ce moment. On a deux justifications pour inscrire ce site sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Le premier, c'est la modification du statut juridique, qui est indéniable. Et le deuxième, c'est qu'il existe un péril prouvé, comme on a déjà affirmé dans notre décision de l'année passée. En plus que dans ce cas, nous parlons d'une forêt vierge, comme le dit bien son nom, ça veut dire que les activités humaines dans un tel site sont très limitées, voire inexistantes, si cela est possible. Donc, pour nous, cette justification est claire. Là, le changement de périmètre que nous saluerons, peut-être que nous évaluerons l'année prochaine, et en notre cas, peut-être que l'année prochaine, le problème sera résolu, mais à l'état des connaissances aujourd'hui, on ne pourra pas le dire. Merci.
Thank you, Switzerland. I would like the committee to observe the amended rules of procedure, whereby the state party should be given a chance once all the interventions from the committee members are exhausted. I want to respect that. Therefore, I want to check if there are any more interventions from the state parties, committee members, before I give the floor to the state party to respond. With that, I want to give the state party, the Russian Federation, to respond and clarify some issues. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые главы делегации, большое спасибо за возможность пояснить относительно некоторых моментов, которые изложены в представленных вами документах. Первое, я бы хотел начать свое выступление с того, что Российская Федерация считает, конечно же, необходимым скорректировать предложенный проект решений в части отнесения объекта наследия девственные леса Коми категории в список наследия под угрозой. Хотел бы напомнить, уважаемые коллеги, что это первый объект всемирного наследия, который в 1994 году Российская Федерация внесла в ЮНЕСКО в качестве объекта всемирного наследия. Состоит он из национального парка Юга-2 и заповедника. Общая площадь объекта 3 миллиона гектаров. 3 миллиона гектаров – это как раз практически все те самые девственные леса. Это один из самых крупных заповедников Российской Федерации, который расположен на границе Республики Коми, Ханты-Мансийского округа и ряд других субъектов Российской Федерации. При этом, когда в 1994 году Российская Федерация вносила эту номинацию, то территория всемирного наследия равнялась территории заповедника и национального парка. Соответственно, границы наследия, это я отдельно отмечаю, состоят из границ национального парка и границ заповедника. На данный момент в границах национального парка и в границах заповедника площадь указана ровно та же самая – 3 миллиона гектар. В том числе национальный парк 1 миллион 882 тысячи гектаров. Ни одного гектара из состава наследия, из площади наследия никуда не делось. Это первое. Второе. Хотелось бы отметить относительно процедур, связанных с установлением границ. Коллеги из Швейцарии только что сказали о том, что в 2012 году изменились границы. Это не так. Процедура постановки земель на кадастровый учет и, соответственно, узаконивание границ национального парка завершена в 2010 году. И этот вопрос уже рассматривался на 35-й сессии. И на 35-й сессии, уважаемые коллеги, дали возможность Российской Федерации к 1 февраля 2013 года представить откорректированные границы всемирного наследия. Ровно этим сейчас Российская Федерация и занимается. Мы готовим пакет документов для того, чтобы в соответствии с решением 35-й сессии внести его на рассмотрение Комитета ЮНЕСКО. И я хотел бы вспомнить вчерашнюю дискуссию вокруг Севильи, когда коллеги из Германии очень четко отметили, что всем членам комитета необходимо как можно строже следовать ранее принятым решениям. Соответственно, российская сторона считает, что если ЮНЕСКО попросила правительство Российской Федерации 1 февраля 2013 года представить новые границы, мы выполним это обязательство, и решать вопрос относительно того, в каком виде этот объект будет представлен, можно только в 2013 году. Это второе. Третье. Я бы хотел отметить, что первое, не понимаем, что за картинка здесь изображена, потому что в тех документах, которые мы официально представляли, и IUCN, и VHS, мы указываем, что, первое, на данный момент никакой добычи золота на территории национального парка Юга-2, а также на территории всемирного наследия не осуществляется. Соответственно, заявления, которые здесь звучат о том, что идет добыча, не соответствуют действительности. В этом можно убедиться в любую секунду в ходе визита, который был совместно с прокуратурой экологической организации провели в прошлом году и в этом году. Никакой добычи нет. На указанных участках идут разведочные работы. Разведочные работы не включают в себя ни строительство шахт, ни строительство каких-либо других объектов горнодобычи. Четвертое, что я бы хотел отметить. Площадь месторождения, о котором идет речь, составляет 2000 гектар. Я напомню, весь объект 3 миллиона гектар. Соответственно, это менее 0,06%. При этом, коллеги, если вы посмотрите на фотографии, ни одного дерева, то есть ни одного девственного леса Коми там нет. Я бы мог выступать гораздо дольше и рассказать историю создания этого парка еще до момента внесения номинации. Но вот на всех этих территориях, которые вы видите, которые прилегают с 30-х годов прошлого века, во время активного развития горнодобывающего комплекса Республики Коми существовали сотни и тысячи горнодобывающих предприятий, десятки партий. Там сотни месторождений полезных ископаемых исторически в Республике Коми, они разрабатывались не в границах национального парка, на прилегающих территориях. И в том числе на границах, если IUCN сочтет нужным показать фотографии, которыми располагает IUCN, то они располагают фотографиями 70-х, 80-х годах, когда там шла добыча золота. После того, как было принято решение о создании национального парка, вся добыча золота там прекратилась. И, наконец, несколько важных вопросов, на которые бы я хотел обратить внимание коллег. Вызывает вопрос, связанный с критериями, указанные в документах, почему наш объект необходимо внести в список находящихся под угрозой. Этот объект, этот участок, о котором, собственно, идет речь, где расположено месторождение, не является местом произрастания ценных лесов. Второе. На этом объекте не усматривается угроза популяции редким видом. Этот объект не приводит к нарушению целостности объекта и его научной значимости. Соответственно, ни один из критериев, который изложен в 180-й статье, не может рассматриваться в качестве основания для включения этого объекта в список, находящийся под угрозой. И, наконец, уважаемые коллеги, последнее. Российская Федерация в соответствии с решением 34-й
Russian Federation, I've given you enough time.
Please, 20 seconds. Ведет работу по расширению этого объекта. Мы его расширяем на 200 тысяч гектар. Таким образом, общая площадь объекта в следующем году, которую мы хотели представить ЮНЕСКО, составит 3 миллиона 200 тысяч гектар. Ну и последнее, коллеги, 365-й закон, о котором говорили коллеги из IUCN, я должен ответить. Все, что было сказано про этот закон, а я как заместитель министра являлся его разработчиком, это все не соответствует действительности. Закон 365 касается двух аспектов, коллеги, состоит из двух статей. Первое. Он разрешает заповедникам на территории Российской Федерации, а их у нас больше 100, заниматься экологическим туризмом. Раз. И второе, на биосферных полигонах, их у нас в России 4, и они даже близко к Республике Коми не относятся, разрешают строить объекты инфраструктуры. 4 биосферных полигона в России. 365 закон касается только их. Поэтому, мягко говоря, мы удивлены, что в резолюции по Коми упомянут закон, который никакого отношения к этому объекту не имеет. Я заявляю это официально, как разработчик законопроекта и как лицо, которое его представляло. Большое спасибо за внимание. Очень прошу вас поддержать, коллеги.
Can I appeal to state parties that we respond to the question? That's my appeal from the chair. With that, thank you, Russian Federation, for the clarity. With that, can we go to decision if there are no more intervention? Let's show the decision on the screen. You also have it in hard copy. There's draft decision 36, com 7B.
Senegal wants the floor.
I see Senegal. Senegal, you have the floor.
Voir, est-ce qu'on ne pourrait pas demander à l'UICN de confirmer ou d'infirmer ce qui a été dit?
Ayusen, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. If I might also just address 2 questions that were raised earlier in the debate. With your permission, firstly, I think there was a question from Serbia, which was why to recommend danger listing now when there is a demand for a boundary modification. And to be clear, the recommendation is based on the situation as it is now. We have to look at the site as it's inscribed. And this is a site where we have identified threats which we reported last year and repeat this year. We had already recommended danger listing last year, and as noted, there appears to be a change in circumstances, as is noted by a number of the delegations, such as Estonia, which means we reinforce those recommendations now. And secondly is because in this instance it is a mining application and the committee has had a long established and very clear policy in relation to mining within the boundaries of World Heritage Sites, and in this instance the recommendation is to be consistent with that long established policy. There was also a question from France in relation to the impacts of an extension. And in that instance, we can't answer that at the moment because there is no proposal put forward. The understanding is that if it was to be put forward, would come in within the next year, and we would anticipate it would be a proposal that would take the normal 18 months to evaluate as a significant boundary modification. So it will only, one would imagine, be in 2014 at the 38th session. That we would be in the position to be talking about that proposal with an evaluation, and at the moment it is something that is in the future. I think those were those questions. In relation to the points raised by the Russian Federation, I think that the points are those that have been identified within the SOC by both the World Heritage Centre and IUCN that are documented. So perhaps it's not necessary to revise through the points that are raised there. But in terms of what was noted, in our view, there is evidence of preparatory works, not mining necessarily, but preparatory works in relation to trenches, blast work and drilling. And so that would be a point where I think we see that there's evidence of preparation according to the information we've received. I think the Centre may be able to help on the question of boundary modification if you wish to give them the floor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ayusen. The Centre, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly clarify the issue on the boundary change of the national park. There was a mission done in 2010, if I remember correctly, which looked at this issue, and what was explained to the mission by the people from the ministry is that, in fact, these areas that are shown on the map were taken out of the national park, It was done through what was, if I understood well, it was done through a process under the Russian legislation, which is called boundary clarification, because in fact the total area, as the minister indicated, the total area of the national park did not change in the sense that the total area was not very precise, and so they found that the total area actually was bigger than the area that was calculated originally for the national park. However, it is very clear that the site that was nominated by the Russian Federation at the time of inscription had no areas excluded from it, so it is very clear that these areas were included inside the World Heritage Site, and that currently they no longer have a protection status because they were taken out of the Yugitva National Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the center. Can we go to decision 36, com 7b.24? We'll go paragraph by paragraph. Paragraph 1, 2, and 3. Any objections if we adopt paragraph 1, 2, 3, since there are no proposed amendments? I see none. Paragraph 1, 2, 3 adopted. Rapporteur, take us through paragraph 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The proposal of amendment includes to the deletion of the last sentence of the paragraph. So the current paragraph 4 as amended, it's the following: expresses its utmost concern that since its 35th session, full-scale gold mining preparatory works have begun within the property.
Thank you, Rapporteur. There is the proposal, proposed amendment by India to this text. Any objections to the adoption of paragraph 4? I see Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Cette deuxième partie du paragraphe 4, qui était déjà discutée dans la précédente réunion du comité, est une des justifications pour laquelle il faudrait inscrire ce site sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Donc, c'est une des justifications qu'on avait déjà données l'année d'avant. Nous ne comprenons pas pourquoi il faudrait l'enlever vu que ça a été déjà discuté l'année passée.
Thank you, Switzerland. I see Estonia. You have the floor.
Thank you. Estonia also opposes the proposal to delete the last sentence in the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. I see India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We've already been through a fair amount of discussion on this. There was a committee meeting last year which requested the state party to carry out certain actions, provide informations within 2013. Since we're in 2012, I would imagine that we would take this up based on the information to be provided by the state party. Also on para 4, I mean, since we're at it, it's a fairly strong paragraph. It expresses its utmost concern. It refers to full-scale gold mining preparatory works. IUCN spoke of intent. I'm not very clear what full-scale is, but I presume it means preparatory work. So I believe that this paragraph is strong enough. And to enlarge its intent, to reiterate something which was taken up last year and for which there is still time to provide the information, I think would not be in order. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, India. Any other interventions? I see Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I fully agree with what my Swiss and Estonian colleagues have said before, and I'm fully aware that that was the proposal in the last year's decision, that they should come up with a boundary with an application for boundary modification. But these are two separate issues. One is that last year the committee requested the state party to reverse these boundary modifications, and this has not been done by this year. And the other process, which might include whatever boundary modifications ever, is not yet in front of the committee. So I clearly prefer to keep this sentence here and deal with any other boundary modification at the time an application is before the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. I see 3 state parties. Oh, Colombia, you have the floor. I thought we'd thrown your flag. You have the floor.
But I came back. Thank you, Mr. President. Efectivamente, tomando la posición que nos explica India, el representante de la India, efectivamente, si hay peticiones que se han hecho que deben ser contestadas para el 2013, a pesar de que sea cosa que si quisiéramos saber ahora para poder tomar una decisión, si se pidieron para el 2013, creeríamos que deben esperarse a que lleguen en el 2013 antes de poder tomar una decisión como esta. Gracias.
Thank you, Colombia. Switzerland, we have the floor.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président, de reprendre la parole, mais je voudrais dire à l'adresse de ma collègue colombienne et de mon collègue de l'Inde qu'il ne s'agit pas des mêmes limites. Je ne voulais pas intervenir. L'Allemagne, la déléguée de l'Allemagne a très bien expliqué la différence qu'il y a. Et donc, il est absolument indispensable de garder ce membre de phrase ici. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
I want us to get to some consensus here. I see I see 3 committee members of the committee proposing keeping the South Africa. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just having listened to India, and I think the support by Colombia, I don't see why we can't wait for 2013 for them to complete what they were asked to do at that time and then take that decision. It seems that we are not giving them a fair chance if we start listing them in danger now when the time, the deadline for the time when they were supposed to have completed their work is next year, 2013. And I support that they should be given that time, and therefore that the paragraph should remain the same. Thank you.
Serbia perhaps will break the tie. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to endorse the proposition of Serbia, Colombia, and South Africa. We really don't, pardon, India, we really don't know why shouldn't we give some extra time. Thank you.
I see 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 members, one are proposing an amendment, and of 4, and then 3 propose keeping. I see Estonia, followed, South Africa, I see your flags, followed by South Africa. Oh, okay. Estonia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think that it's worth once more to underline that this matter of boundary modification, there are 2 separate issues. One issue that we were confronted with last time was that the state party had made this decision within its state. UNESCO was not informed about it. There were no boundary modification presented to a committee. So that is very clearly a case which the committee cannot accept. And that's why the committee proposed to the state party to submit this boundary modification. But it doesn't mean that it's okay for a state party to make such a decision internally concerning a World Heritage Site. And that is why it was only logical that the state party was asked to reverse the boundary modification, and this is what the paragraph is about, and it is still true today. As Germany said, we don't know what kind of boundary modification will be presented to a committee, and until we do, we cannot accept the situation as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Estonia. I see United Arab Emirates. You have the floor.
نحن في الإمارات وفد الإمارات يسعى لقياس الأمور على مسألتين: مسألة إمكانية التعاون بين الهيئات الاستشارية وأي دولة طرف لحل أي مشكلة من المشكلات. وجرت عالجنا حالات عدة شبيهة، وكان من بين هذه الحالات تجنب الحدة في التعبير طالما أبدت الدولة الطرف استعداد كامل للتعاون مع الهيئات الاستشارية. هناك أخطاء حصلت. نحن في هذه الحالة لا ندافع عن أي خروج عن المعايير، لكن أنا أقيس الأمر بمدى ما بينته الدولة الطرف من أنه هم على استعداد لمناقشة هذا الأمر مع الهيئات الاستشارية، ومع ما طرح مندوب الهند والدول الأطراف التي دعمت راية من أنهم أيضا ينتظرون إلى 2013. يعني أنا أعتقد أن أي قرار عقابي في حالة إصرار الدولة الطرف على عدم الالتزام سيكون بإمكان هذه اللجنة أن تجريه في 2013. لذلك نرى إمكانية إعطاء الفرصة. Thank you.
Thank you very much, UAE. France, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Très sincèrement, après tout ce qu'on a entendu, je suis relativement perplexe et ma tentation serait de demander des informations sur la 2e modification de limite pour 2013, ce qui nous permettrait de prendre une décision cohérente sur la base d'un point de vue global. Ce point de vue global, j'ai l'impression qu'aujourd'hui, nous ne l'avons pas. Je vous remercie.
Can I give the floor to IUCN or the sender just to clarify that issue raised by France? IUCN or the sender, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, and I think the decision last year, which is 35 Com 7B25, helps to make a distinction between two different things. One is the request that the committee had made for immediate action in relation to threats that have been identified, and those include the removal of protection from certain areas, which are for mining licenses. The second, and I can perhaps read the paragraph because it just makes it completely clear, was about urging the state party to submit to the World Heritage Centre by the 1st of February 2013 a major boundary modification request containing clarified boundaries of the property and following the recommendations of the 2010 World Heritage Centre IUCN Reactive Monitoring Mission regarding the establishment of a buffer zone and the inclusion of other valuable forest lands into the property. And perhaps just the observation I would make on that paragraph, that's the totality of paragraph 8 of last year's decision, is it is not a paragraph that is speaking to reductions or removals to the property. It is speaking to clarification of boundaries, establishment of buffer zone and inclusion of other areas into the property. So I hope that explains that there are, in our view, two different issues. One is the immediate action, which was requested, which is the basis, again, for the language in this paragraph and in the remainder of the decision. And the second, which at the moment is an issue for the future, which is the possibility of some amendment to the boundaries through a significant boundary modification. I hope that clarifies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IUCN. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vous suis très reconnaissant d'avoir donné la parole à l'UICN à la demande de la France parce qu'effectivement, je crois qu'il y a là, et je réfléchis tout haut, la trace en quelque sorte ou la voie qui nous est indiquée pour sortir du dilemme. Je crois que le texte actuel que l'Inde a proposé de biffer est, si j'ai bien compris la situation, comment dirais-je, un tout petit peu mal exprimé. Il ne s'agit pas en effet de modification de limites au sens où on l'a entendu, comme nous l'ont expliqué nos collègues russes, mais si j'ai bien compris la situation sur le terrain, c'est le parc national qui est en quelque sorte la protection juridique du site au terme de l'article 180 B, petit i, des orientations. Et donc, je me demande si on ne peut pas sortir de l'impasse, Monsieur le Président, en modifiant effectivement le texte, pas en le supprimant, mais en le modifiant, et en disant quelque chose comme cela, et que les modifications du statut juridique protégeant le bien, virgule, à savoir, ou la partie nord du bien, c'est comme on le voudra, à savoir le parc national Yugidhwa, n'ait pas été annulé. Parce que finalement, il ne s'agit pas de question de limite, mais il s'agit bel et bien d'une question de protection juridique. Et tant l'UICN que nos collègues russes nous ont dit que les modifications des limites pourraient très bien intervenir en 2013. J'espère que la présidence pourra considérer cette proposition de compromis et de rectification finalement du texte. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Switzerland. I now give the floor to Cambodia.
Thank you very much, Chair. After having listened to rounds of discussions, taking into consideration of the last year's decision, which provide for the state party to provide clarification in 2013, But here we are a bit puzzled again, as having listened to the information from the IUCN Center regarding the boundary change, modification, and the legal status change. And having listened to the information presented by the representative of the state party, which is clearly provided in the legal text 365, he clearly stated that there is no inclusion of some part of the site. So we are a bit puzzled which information is clear, is true, and also go along the line with the conciliatory approach by our distinguished representative from UAE that we should not take some harsh decision at this time because 2013 is still in the decision provided last year. So we should go along with the Indian proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Cambodia. I now give the floor to Algeria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'Algérie aussi se rallie donc à la proposition de l'Inde.
Thank you, Algeria. Mali, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous souscrivons à la proposition faite par les Émirats arabes unis. Merci.
Thank you, Mali. I now give the floor to India.
Thank you, Chair. Much of what I wanted to say was said very well, very elegantly by the distinguished delegate of Cambodia. To me, the issue, what I heard the distinguished ambassador of Switzerland saying was in effect that what the World Heritage Center has written is not what they mean, and that the issue is actually something else. I also heard the Russian delegation say that there has been no change in the legal status. So I am by now further confused, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, India. I give the floor to Colombia.
Gracias, señor presidente. Realmente es que el comentario que se puede hacer en este momento no sé qué tan positivo puede ser, pero es que yo también estoy sumamente confundida. Tenemos unos statements muy claros de IUCN basados en fotos, en todo, pero el Estado parte nos dice algo totalmente al contrario. No veo cómo podemos tomar una decisión en este momento. Entendemos y agradecemos a IUCN la explicación que dio porque fue muy clara. A nosotros nos aclaró la diferencia entre los boundaries y la petición inmediata que había. Pero mientras haya una información absolutamente contraria de los dos lados, nos es muy difícil tomar una posición. Gracias.
Thank you, Colombia. I want to move all of us to a consensus. Germany, perhaps will help us. You have the floor.
Okay. We all need some enlightening. That's why I switched on my light here. And I hope that maybe, again, the center may help us out of this confusion which is and was around here. And when the center last time spoke to us, I felt I clearly understood what is on. So maybe we can hear the center again and help us out of this. If there's a misunderstanding or a question, that would be so kind. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I will give United Arab Emirates the floor. You have the floor.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. أنا أيضا إلى جانب طلب ألمانيا من المركز أن يوضح، أرجو أن تعطى فرصة للدولة الطرف أن تجيب على تساؤل كولومبيا والانشغالات حول هذا الخلاف في تقديم المعلومات. شكرا.
IUCN, I want to give you the floor to clarify the question by Germany, and then we'll take it from there. IUCN, you have the floor.
Chair, with your permission, I think that the comments were directed to the centre, and as Mr. Debonnet was part of the mission, perhaps he can just respond to those points. Thank you.
Senator, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, the site is composed of two components, as was clearly explained by the Russian Federation. We have in the north, so it's a serial property. We have in the north the Yugidva National Park. That has the status of a national park. We have in the south the Pechora Ilich Strict Nature Reserve of Zapovednik. That has the status of a strict nature reserve. The two paragraphs referring to Law 365 FZ pertain to the status of the Zapovednik, of the Pechora Ilich Strict Nature Reserve, and have nothing to do with the issue we are discussing for the moment, which is the issue of the legal status of the areas which were taken out of the Yugidva National Park. So basically what happened is that the Yugidva National Park, the government made what they call under their legislation a boundary clarification, and they took areas that were previously inside, they took them out of the Yugidva National Park without that there was a change in the total area inscribed as national park under Russian legislation. That's why it was possible under the Russian legislation to do this. However, these areas were clearly inside the World Heritage property, because if you look at the map, even if the map was not a perfect map, but it was very clear that there were no holes in the site. Now, the areas that have been taken out have created holes in the site, and in these holes, mining is foreseen. And so these holes are part of the World Heritage property, but since they are no longer in the national park, they don't have a legal protection status anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Center for that clarification. I would like to make a suggestion that United Arab Emirates, you have the floor.
Thank you. شكرا سيد الرئيس. الإمارات طلبت إعطاء الفرصة للدولة الطرف لإيضاح روايتها في هذه المعلومات المختلف عليها.
Thank you very much. I would like India, Colombia, South Africa, and United Arab Emirates, and Switzerland, Estonia, and Germany to meet as a small committee or a small group, craft for us an agreed compromise text on paragraph 4. We will proceed in the meantime with the next paragraph. I see India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. That's the largest small group I've heard of. But it cannot work without information. And I think I need the Russian Federation to please clarify to us. I mean, ordinarily these would have been questions of fact. I am by now not certain what is fact and what is not fact. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. Before we go to the big, small group, can you clarify Russian Federation? You have the floor.
Да, я бы хотел еще раз, уважаемые коллеги, потому что здесь действительно есть путаница, в том числе в документах, которые есть сейчас, но я не знаю, у всех ли есть решение 35-й сессии. Несколько важных моментов. Никакого изменения границ за последние 20 лет национального парка Юга-2 не было. В 2009, в 2010 годах границы были установлены на местности в соответствии с российским земельным законодательством. В 1994 году границ национального парка и заповедника, соответствующих действующему законодательству Российской Федерации, не было. В 2011, в 2012 годах никаких действий не предпринималось. Работы были завершены в 2009 году. В 2010 году земельные участки были поставлены на кадастровый учет. Я не знаю, правильно ли переводчики переведут, но было зафиксировано впервые, какие земли относятся к парку, какие нет. Никаких изменений границ не было. На местности границы установлены в 2009 году. Ни в 2011, ни в 2012 году никаких действий не предпринималось. Это первое. Поэтому мы не понимаем, что произошло в 2012 году. Раз. Второе. В 2011 году рассматривался вопрос, в том числе выполнения рекомендаций 34-й сессии. Наша делегация там участвовала, и нам было сказано, первое, определитесь, где земли парка, где земли заповедника, где земли объекта, и 1 января 2013 года представьте ЮНЕСКО. Мы это сделаем. Второе, не добывайте на территории наследия золота. Никакой добычи на территории наследия не идет. Вскрышные породы, прозвучало здесь от АЮСЕН, не поднимаются. На участках, которые не входят в состав наследия, о чем мы информировали ЮНЕСКО, ведутся геолого-разведочные буровые работы на золото. Это не добыча, это не вскрышные массовые породы. И последнее, коллеги, еще раз отмечаю, девственные леса Коми – это леса. Это уникальные лесные массивы, которые Российская Федерация сохранила на своей территории. 4 миллиона гектар и более. Нигде такого лесного массива нет. 4 миллиона гектар. И реактивная миссия, которая приезжала к нам в 2010 году, отметила состояние лесной части. Оно идеальное. Мы каждый год выделяем только из федерального бюджета почти 2 миллиона евро на финансирование 2 наших особо охраняемых территорий. 2 миллиона каждый год на охрану, на сотрудников. Это единственное, я не знаю, там 3 миллиона проект про ОНГФ на всю территорию, на 5 лет, на всю территорию Республики Коми, а это в 10 раз больше. Так вот, мы каждый год на это тратим деньги. И леса не тронуты. Участок, который номинировался, ценность территории, которая номинировалась, от проведения буровых работ на участках, не включенных в состав наследия, никак не меняется. И последнее. В 2013 году, для того, чтобы не было больше вот этого, мы представим новое, учитывающее расширение и буферную зону границы объекта. Расширение и буферную зону на 200 тысяч гектаров. И, наконец, самое последнее. Уважаемые коллеги, 365-й закон касается только заповедников и зонирования национальных парков. Никакого отношения к Юго-2 он не имеет. Он касается 4 биосферных полигонов. Коллеги, я писал этот закон. Там 2 статьи. Биосферный полигон и экологический туризм. Ну давайте я вам переведу. Он у меня здесь есть, я его дам посмотреть. Он никак не затрагивает заповедник Печоры-Лычский и национальный парк Юга-2. Большое спасибо, коллеги.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take only 3 state parties, France, Colombia, and Serbia. If nothing new comes out of that, we go to the committee. But it won't be a mass meeting committee now. We will revise that. Can I give the floor to France? France, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous venons d'entendre les explications du représentant de la Fédération de Russie. Ils sont un peu en contradiction avec ce qu'on avait entendu tout à l'heure. Donc, moi, je serais tenté de demander une définition des 3 zonages, si j'ai bien compris. Il me semble qu'il y a 3 zones, la zone du parc national, la zone réserve et la zone du bien. plus la zone tampon. Ce qui me semble souhaitable, c'est que nous ayons des éclaircissements au tout début de 2013 sur ces 4 zonages. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Franz. I give the floor to Colombia.
Gracias, señor presidente. Agradezco mucho las explicaciones del centro y del Estado parte. Mi pregunta va más o menos dirigida a la misma manera de la de Francia. Cuando hablan de boundary clarification, el tamaño sigue siendo el mismo, pero es porque se adicionó algo a un lado y se quitó otro en otro. Para mí no es claro este cambio que hubo, cómo fue, y esto es simplemente porque no lo sé, sin dudar una información u otra, es simplemente que quisiera, si el Estado parte, me pudiera aclarar cuando ellos dicen que no ha cambiado el site, para poder saber cómo no ha cambiado, sin embargo se le aplicó un boundary clarification. Entonces quisiera una aclaración ahí. Gracias.
Thank you, Colombia. I give the floor to Serbia.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the democratic atmosphere here, but I would like to take the opportunity to remind all distinguished members of the committee that yesterday we had a slightly similar situation when one state party was asked to give further information which were some kind, as I can say, opposed to the information that we got from the ICMAS, as I understood. So we should consider that situation that was resolved positively to the statement of the state party. Thank you.
Thank you, Serbia. Let's go to the committee. I will request Colombia and Algeria, joined by Estonia and Germany, to meet quickly and come up with a revised text while we will proceed to the next paragraph. India, for point of order, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out that you cannot go further down the text because it is inherently related to this. So we would not be able to proceed further till this is clarified. And as the distinguished ambassador of France said, till all of it is clarified, which should preferably be in 2013, you cannot proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, India, for that clarity. We therefore, Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My Serbian colleague Zorica said, and the distinguished ambassador said, that there is a conflict between what was said by the State Party and by IUCN World Heritage Center. I think it wasn't a difference. The difference was that World Heritage Center pointed to the fact that originally the entire area was meant to be, is that correct? I see people nodding. The entire area where now these so-called holes are in, the 3 big ones, was meant to be the World Heritage. And now the Russian legislation says they made the rest, with the exclusion of these holes, their definition of World Heritage. So then it is consistent what the expert says with what WHC has said. But it means, in fact, that these 3 big areas are considered to be out of the World Heritage now. And this is, if I understand, the IUCN's problem. Is that correct?
Can I give the floor to IUCN to confirm or refute? IUCN, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. In essence, I think I can confirm that. I think there are 3 points, and having listened carefully to the intervention from the Russian Federation. One is essentially about whether you call it a redefinition or a clarification of the boundaries of legal protection within the boundaries of the World Heritage Site results in areas no longer having a protection status or not de facto having a protection status. Two is the presence of preparatory works, and I think the note was made about exploratory drilling. So I think in broad terms is a point agreed. And thirdly, I think we fully agree that there is no connection between the point that is made about the law, as Mr. Debonnet explained, and this particular issue in relation to the excision. So these issues, as completely correctly noted, and I think completely consistently with the explanation given by Mr. Debonnet, are separate things, and I think we would agree with that. I think there is a question of the terminology of the word clarification, but I think in essence the key points are not matters which we dispute. Thank you.
Thank you, IUCN. Can we ask the group I mentioned earlier, Colombia, Algeria, Estonia, and Germany, to produce a text for us that we will come back to this decision and proceed with the drafting of the adoption of the amendment. I see South Africa. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But I'd like to emphasize what the permanent delegation of India just said, that the rest of the texts that follow are very much related to that one. So rather, maybe we can bracket this one and move on and only start deciding on this once we have dealt with the other ones. Just the appeal, Chair, that maybe we proceed like that. Thank you.
We were corrected by India. For point of order, we'll keep it open. We'll come back to it once the small group has come with a compromise text. We'll keep it open for now. I want to move on to the next sites while the committee look at the compromise text. I'm now asking Mr. Debonnet to read out the list of properties for adoption requiring no discussion. Mr. Debonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The properties are the Pirin National Park in Bulgaria, Decision 36-7B18, the Gulf of Porto, Calanche of Piana, Gulf of Girolata, Scandola Reserve, France, Decision 36-7B19, Natural System of Wrangel Island Reserve, Russian Federation, Decision 36-7B20, Volcanoes of Kamchatka, Russian Federation, Decision 36-7B21, Lake Baikal, Russian Federation, Decision 36-7B22, Western Caucasus, Russian Federation, Decision 36-7B23, Golden Mountains of Altai, Russian Federation, Decision 36-7B25, Henderson Island, United Kingdom, Decision 36-7B26, Yellowstone National Park, United States of America, Decision 36-7B27. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Debonnet. If there is no objection for the committee to take note of these conservation reports, I see Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We had an NGO meeting before this meeting, and they have raised one concern on the issue of Baikal, which I think we have to look into. So I would ask to put that out of your list. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Germany. Once again, if there is no objection for the committee noting what Germany just mentioned, to take note of these conservation reports, I declare decisions 36.7b.18, 36.7b.19, 36.7b.20, 36.7b.21, 36.7b.23, 36.7b.25, and 36.7b.26. I declare these decisions and decision 36.7b.27 adopted. Those decisions as read are adopted. Thank you very much. I will therefore invite the chair, main chair, to come back so that we can proceed with the other agenda items.
Dear colleagues, so two delegations leave today. It's Santa Lucia and Australia, and they asked to look for their sites first before we move on to the Asia, to the other items. If you have nothing against this approach, so we now can move on to the item to Pitons Management Area, Santa Lucia. Do you have any objection? I see none, so now I would invite Mr. Patri to go to the podium. And now we ready? Okay. We will discuss the Pitons Management Area, Santa Lucia, the decision number 36.7b.34. You can see it in the document WHC 12/36.com/7b.add. World Heritage Center, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The World Heritage Center and IUCN remind the committee that the draft decision proposed for this property at the committee's 34th meeting in Brasilia recommended inscription onto the list of World Heritage in danger due to ongoing residential and tourism development in the property. The committee decided not to inscribe the property on the list of World Heritage in danger following an oral commitment on the part of a senior state party representative at the meeting. In its report to the World Heritage Committee this year, the State Party noted that 5 development applications had in fact been approved in the property in the past year, effectively undermining the commitment to development moratorium. The World Heritage Center sent a letter to the State Party in response to this approved development application. The State Party responded in a letter dated just this 6th of June, indicating that these approvals had in fact been awarded by the previous administration. It also indicated that it was considering what options might be available to it in dealing with the situation. The state party also noted that it is preparing to hold discussions with IUCN in the framework of developing a technical support project focusing on development issues. The draft decision can be found in document 7B add in English on page 77 and in French on page 83. Madam Chair, IUCN would like to add a few additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. IUCN, take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. IUCN emphasizes that the 2010 UNESCO and IUCN monitoring mission concluded that existing real estate developments within the property may already have created a situation where outstanding universal value of the property could be lost. IUCN has, as Mr. Patry noted, offered technical support to the state party, including support in relation to the required limits of acceptable change study, as well as support on stakeholder engagement and the development of a management framework for the property, and is keen that that work moves forward as a means to help the response to the threats to the property. It's clear that further development within the property would need to be very clearly and strictly circumscribed or completely halted, and that continuing inappropriate development poses a critical threat to the outstanding universal value. And it's for that reason that the reports of the moratorium that had previously been agreed not holding are of such concern. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The floor is open. Who wants to take the floor? Colombia, the floor is yours.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Después de oír los comentarios de la Secretaría, del Centro y de IUCN, nosotros pensamos, y habiendo leído la nota que se recibió del gobierno de San Lucia, está dentro del dossier de este expediente, creemos que podríamos presentar un DR, hacerles unos amendments a este DR, pero quisiera oír al Estado parte primero para ver cuál es el compromiso que el Estado parte tiene, siendo este el gobierno que, como dijo el centro, inscribió el sitio. Quisiera saber cómo podemos manejar esto para que podamos aplazar entrar en la lista en peligro por un año para darle al Estado parte una oportunidad de arreglar la situación, pero como digo, quisiera oír al Estado parte primero. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Mexico, take the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Nosotros hemos leído el importante apoyo que la UICN está dando en aspectos técnicos al Estado parte para elaborar el estudio sobre límites de cambio aceptable para el bien. Sin embargo, no tenemos suficiente información al respecto. Por ello, esta delegación quiere preguntar al Estado parte que nos aclare sobre el estado de avance que guarda el estudio de límites de cambio aceptable. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much. Senegal, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le Sénégal souhaiterait soutenir ces deux déclarations, les deux déclarations qui nous ont précédées, et dans la mesure où l'État parti entreprend un projet donc de soutien technique en collaboration avec l'UICN, et je pense que quand même ça c'était très intéressant et que, comme l'ont dit ceux qui m'ont précédé, qu'on puisse écouter à ce propos l'État parti. Merci.
Thank you very much. France, floor is yours.
Merci Madame le Président. Je souscris entièrement aux paroles de notre ami l'ambassadeur du Sénégal. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other speaker who wants to take the floor, so I give the floor to the State Party. State Party, please take the floor. Santa Lucia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let me start off first of all with the limits of acceptable change study. The government of St. Lucia in August of last year signed an agreement with the IUCN for the conduct of this limits of acceptable change study. Unfortunately, the coordinator for the Caribbean Initiative, the director for the Caribbean Initiative from the IUCN and demitted office, I think, soon after that agreement was signed, and then we had elections in St. Lucia, so there was a break in continuity of communication. And this limits of acceptable change study has not been started. We have since communicated with the IUCN, expressing our anxiety to get this limits of acceptable change study started, because as you will have noted, it is really what will determine what we can do in the Pito management area. The government of St. Lucia has allocated funds for this limits of acceptable change study, and we are committed to doing this limits of acceptable change study. What we have recognized, however, is that there was a need for changes in the administrative structure of the Pito management area. Originally, the Pito management area fell in the ministry with responsibility for also approving applications for planning development, and we felt that there was an inherent conflict of interest there. So in December, before receiving any communication from the World Heritage Center, we took it on our own to remove the Pito management area from this ministry and create a new Ministry of Sustainable Development where the Pito management area is located, and that ministry is responsible for environmental protection and sustainable development. So we've removed the conflict that existed prior to that. We've also placed an officer, a senior officer of that ministry on the planning board to ensure that no planning approvals are given that would be injurious to the status of the Pito management area, so that every time a planning approval and application comes up for planning at that planning board, that there is someone there to ensure that the interests of the Pito management area are protected. The officer who was previously in charge of the Pito management area was a junior officer, and we've upgraded that officer to now a protected areas manager for someone with the necessary technical and administrative competence and advocacy to be able to work on behalf of the Pito management area. So all of these were done in advance of any communication from the World Heritage Center so that we could ensure that there was a better administrative structure for the Pito management area. With respect to the developments that had been approved, 3 have not started at all. So there really is no increase in the footprint of the Pito management area. The 2 that were started are 2 existing properties that have long existed in the Pito management area for over 20 years. And both of them involved renovation. So there are no new developments that have taken place in the Pito management area. One is to a property that was badly affected by the passage of Hurricane Thomas in October 2010. And the other is to a property that has involved the repair of a swing bridge over a nature trail, the renovation of a restaurant, and an ornamental pond. So there really has been no new development between the decision in Brazil in 2010 and now 2012 in the Pito management area that would necessitate placing the Pito management area on the list of World Heritage in danger. So we hope, Madam Chair, that we have shown that from the decisions that we have taken and the steps that we have taken, that we are very committed to the protection of the integrity of the Pito management area and its World Heritage status.
Thank you very much for your full and very comprehensive answer. So now we can, it seems to me, move to the draft decision. Please, draft decision to the screen, and I'll give the floor to the reporter.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We have received some amendments proposed by the delegation of Colombia, which concern to paragraphs 5, 6, and 8 of draft decision 7B.34. So maybe, Madam Chairperson, you may want to ask the committee whether they are willing to approve already from paragraphs 1 to 4.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to approve paragraph 1, 2, 3, and 4? I see none, so adopted. So now we move on to the paragraph 5. Please, reporter, read the paragraph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. New paragraph 5, as amended, reads as follows. Notes that the property's outstanding universal value may have already been compromised by developments within the property.
Members of the committee, are you agree with such proposal? Are anybody against such proposal, or? If not, yes, Germany.
I'm a bit, I'm a bit, and please apologize. I had a 2 minutes missing of the first part of the presentation because I had to be outside with the small discussion group, and sometimes even myself I can't put myself in two halves and be everywhere. But we're changing here from a significantly and potentially irreversibly compromised site or values which have been compromised. On the term significantly, I'm not so sure that we can take it away because some compromise has been there and some new development was going on. So I might like to get an idea from IUCN on the kind of assessment of how far the site has been compromised. The second part, the potentially irreversibly compromised, I think potentially irreversibly, this should stay, because this is something we have to note, that the developments which have taken place have done some damage to it, which is not to be reversed. But I would like to hear IUCN on this point and this matter.
Thank you very much. Maybe you was absent. Maybe you was absent, but it was very clear explication from the state party. And they said that it's no new construction is done, but I will give the floor for clarification for IUCN. IUCN, please take the floor.
Just for clarification.
Thanks, Chair. It may indeed have been a point that was made in the presentation but not heard by the distinguished delegate, and to emphasise the language that is put forward here is the language that's based on the mission's previous assessment, which was looking at not necessarily the current 5 developments, but the question of their superposition on past developments. So that's the basis of the language in the assessment. Thank you, Chair.
So, dear colleagues, once more, Colombia, please take the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Como nosotros estamos presentando el amendment, si quisiera, la razón de esto es porque en el párrafo anterior, el párrafo 4, estamos pidiendo que se haga un estudio. Entonces quisiéramos esperar al resultado de ese estudio antes de hacer unas assertions, unas afirmaciones como estas. Quisiéramos esperar al resultado del estudio que se está pidiendo. Gracias.
Thank you very much. It's very clear. So, are there any objections to adopt the paragraph 5 as amended? I see no objections. Adopted. So now it is proposed paragraph 6 to take off. It's concerning inscription in the list of danger, giving the state party 1 more year to make all the clarification and necessary steps. So are anybody against such proposal? I see none, so it is adopted, the deletion of the point 6, paragraph 6 from this resolution. Adopted. Switzerland, yes, please.
Merci Madame la Présidente, excusez-moi. Je suis d'accord avec la suppression du paragraphe, mais je pense, une fois qu'on sera arrivé à la fin, qu'il faudra quand même rappeler qu'il y a des risques, vu toutes les demandes que l'on fait, que potentiellement l'année prochaine, le site, si un certain nombre de faits ne se sont pas avérés, si par exemple les recherches et les études qui ont été faites n'ont pas donné satisfaction, de le mettre sur la liste. Et je suis en train de préparer un paragraphe dans ce sens. Merci pour votre compréhension, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, but it is in the last paragraph, dear colleague from Switzerland.
We will come to it.
We will come to it. Thank you. So paragraph 6, it is without any changes. So I see no objections. We approve, adopt this. Paragraph 8, it is proposed for deletion. Are anybody against this proposal? I see nobody. Adopted. So number 7. Do you see paragraph 7? Are you agree?
Oui, je ne l'avais pas vu. Excusez-moi, madame. Voilà. Donc, il y avait transmission de pensée entre la Colombie et la Suisse. Merci.
So, I'm very glad that this time we have no big difficulties. So, can we adopt this paragraph as amended? I see no objections. Adopted. Now we have to adopt the whole decision concerning the Payton management area 33.7b.34. The resolution is adopted. Thank you very much. And now I propose to go back. No, to forests, because they leave too. They leave.
Australia is also there.
So I know that Australia has to leave today, so maybe we go back to the forests, Virgin Forest Russian Federation, because our Vice Minister has to leave too, and then back to the Australian site. Australia. This draft proposal is ready for forests, or not? Colombia is ready?
The small group comprising of Colombia, Algeria, Estonia, and Germany regarding draft decision 36.7b.24. Is the committee back?
Yes, sí, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Colombia. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Se decidió que en el párrafo 4, después de donde dice Switzerland, Estonia, Germany, Switzerland, seguiría toma nota que modificaciones, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it in English, that takes note that the modifications to the legal status, it has to go right after Switzerland, and you take the and off. Seconds, there. Takes note that modifications to the legal status, you can take the rest of protecting the property. Comma, namely the Yukit-Va National Park, have not been canceled. And then we go to paragraph 5, in which we take paragraph 5, we don't cancel it. We will only cancel ascertained. And of course, we have to change the N for an A. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to the committee for that hard work. India, we have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to establish to myself that contrary to what the Russian Federation said, that modifications have taken place. I thought I heard Russia say that modifications had not taken place. So I mean, if they've not taken place, then what are we cancelling? Thank you, Chair.
Colombia, you want to respond to that? You have the floor.
If I may, si puedo y espero ser tan clara posible, lo que estamos tratando de decir aquí no es que haya habido modificaciones o no. Lo único que se está pidiendo es que el estatus legal de la propiedad no haya sido cambiado. No estamos diciendo que haya habido cambios o no, es el estatus legal, simplemente que se haya mantenido. Y mientras se mantenga, se implica que no ha habido cambios. Espero ser clara en la posición.
Thank you, Colombia. We need to think carefully about paragraph 5 because there might be some legal implications. We might, India, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. From what I understood, is it saying that that takes note that modifications to legal status have not been made? Is that the intention? Thank you, Chair.
I go back to the group, the small committee. Colombia, I know you are the spokesperson for the group. Can the group clarify India's concern? Are you in a position to do that? Colombia, we have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente, pero no quisiera hablar en nombre de las otras 3 personas, de los otros países del grupo, sin haber confirmado con ellos. Argelia me acaba de pasar una nota que en la traducción francesa pudiera decir n'aurait pas été annulé. Non pas été annulé, n'aurait pas été annulé. La intención, como puedo volverle a repetir, es si hay algún otro país que tuviera alguna otra propuesta en que el sentido no se cambie, porque el sentido es este, es decir, que tomamos nota que el estatus legal de la propiedad no ha sido anulado, cancelado, alterado, modificado. No sé si quisieran utilizar alguna otra palabra en lugar de cancelado, pero ese es el sentido.
Can we take the liberty to put change there from the rapporteur's side and see how it reads? Rapporteur, can you amend the cancel to change it?
Do you want me to read the whole paragraph, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, new paragraph 4, as amended, expresses its utmost concern that since 35 session, full-scale gold mining preparatory works have begun within the property and takes note that the modifications to the legal status protecting the property, namely the Yugitva National Park, had not been changed.
The reading is a concern. Colombia, you have the floor.
Señor presidente, gracias otra vez. La palabra que tal vez mejor podría utilizarse ahí sería modificado. Sin embargo, ya estamos utilizándola en la línea anterior. Por eso estábamos pensando en un sinónimo. La rapporteur de pronto nos puede ayudar con esto. Gracias.
Thank you, Colombia. Can I request Mr. Rao to just fix something here for us? Mr. Rao, I'll come to you, Franz, later. Mr. Rao.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as an attempt to try and resolve this, the language here, I would propose and takes note that the legal status protecting the property, namely the Yugitwa National Park, has not been modified. Has not been modified.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. Franz, you have the floor.
Non, je vais tout à fait, je voulais faire la même remarque que M. Rao sur n'a pas été modifié et would not.
Thank you, Franz. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Mais merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je suis très heureux de voir qu'on reprend le texte que j'ai proposé. Seulement, on le reprend à l'envers. Alors là, je ne peux pas... D'abord, j'aimerais qu'on enlève Suisse, parce que ce n'est pas ce que j'ai proposé, parce que moi, j'ai compris de l'UICN et du Centre que, justement, le statut juridique protégeant la partie nord du bien a bien été modifié. C'est ce que moi, j'ai compris. Ou alors, il faut qu'on me l'explique différemment. J'y perds mon latin, Monsieur le Président. En tout cas, le groupe de travail a modifié le texte que j'avais proposé. Et en le mettant au négatif, non, je ne peux pas l'accepter. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Switzerland. Can I ask IUCN to clarify something here? IUCN, we have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. And just to respond to the suggestion from the Director of the Centre, that would be, in our view, a factually incorrect wording to introduce. Probably the quickest way to clarify this is to read from the SOC report last year, which I think makes clear the point. And I think it's a point which I don't think we have a great deal of distance between the understanding of this and the understanding from the intervention from the Russian Federation. If I just read from the mission report, it says the mission found that 4 areas, sorry, I'm reading from the SOC report from last year, and it says the mission found that 4 areas had been excised from the Yugitva National Park, and it names them, and then it says, as noted by the State Party in its report, these excisions followed a land registration exercise carried out by the Russian Cadastre Agency in 2008. Now, the issue is a clarification, a process that has established boundaries of a property that was established some time ago. The Ministry of Natural Resources and Ecology of the Russian Federation legally adopted the changes to the boundaries on the 18th of January 2010. And it's that administrative process which has de facto created holes in the site, as they were put by my colleague from the World Heritage Centre. So the fact of the matter is there are parts of the World Heritage Site that do not have legal protection as the result of an exercise related to its legal status, and de facto, as those areas have mining activities that are being prepared for, it is also clear that they are not de facto protected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IUCN, for that clarity. I see India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. That clarity actually didn't add to my clarity, because I understood what was said was that there was a cadastral survey. Now, the cadastral survey is an exercise which was carried out as part of the process of mapping or defining or redefining. The issue that the Russian Federation, and I heard them say that, was that there was no change in the legal status. You may have had the cadastral survey. Now, there is a contradiction here. And my suggestion, Chair, is that given all this lack of clarity, which is the politest way I can put it, why don't we just stick with the first part of the paragraph? Thank you, Chair.
We are going back to where we were, which is still fine. Estonia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Estonia would also like to point out that the proposal made by the director of a World Heritage Center changes the meaning of a compromise proposal that the working group was discussing, because now we don't see on the screen the previous version anymore, but our idea was to take the original Swiss proposal, and instead of expressing our utmost concern, we took note of the fact that there have been modifications to the legal system, and these modifications have not been cancelled, changed, reversed. Thank you.
Thank you, Estonia. I give the floor to Colombia.
Señor presidente, tal vez al haberlo empezado a leer en inglés, en español y después en inglés, lo que pasa es que nos saltamos una palabra, eso exactamente fue eso, modifications. Por eso era el problema. Gracias, lo que dijo la representante de Estonia.
Thank you, Colombia. I give the floor to Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to confirm that we have the same opinion as Estonia just expressed, going back to the original drafting group proposal, which has exactly that change what Estonia indicated compared to the original Swiss proposal. This was the thinking about. Thanks.
Can I check something? Switzerland, I'm not putting you on the spot here. You propose an amendment as the last part of this paragraph. There was a drafting group. Now you have disassociated yourself with the new proposal. Now we seem to be, India was still proposing that we stick to the original amendment by India, supported by other parties. Now, all I want to confirm, the last paragraph, as you originally proposed, and the feedback we're getting from the group, I wanted you to assist us because we initiated the initial one. I give you the floor, Switzerland. You have the floor.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président, mais je vais bien essayer de vous aider. Bon, si je me souviens bien, j'avais écrit ou j'avais proposé, prends note du fait que les modifications du statut juridique protégeant la partie nord du bien, à savoir le parc national Yugidwa, n'avaient pas été annulées. Ce qui est exactement le contraire, excusez-moi, de me répéter, je n'étais peut-être pas assez clair avant, de la phrase qui est sortie du travail, du groupe de travail. Et je crois que cette façon de le présenter correspond à ce que, en tout cas moi, j'ai compris des explications de la délégation de Russie qui nous a montré les modifications dans le cadastre des 4 plans différents et de ce qui a été dit tout à l'heure par l'UICN. Voilà ce que j'avais dit, Monsieur le Président. Quant au reste, je suis entre vos mains.
Thank you, Switzerland. I see Algeria. Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Moi, je vais essayer de donner une précision par rapport au groupe de travail qui n'a pas repris la proposition de la Suisse, mais qui s'est inspiré de cette proposition. Du moins, c'est ce qui a été convenu. Merci.
Colombia, you have the floor.
Señor presidente, creo que debo excusarme porque toda esta confusión es culpa mía por estar haciendo 2 cosas a la misma vez. Y lo leí mal cuando llegué. Es exactamente la propuesta de Suiza, simplemente adhiriéndole ante takes note that. Takes note that. The modifications to the legal status protecting the property, namely the Ugit-Ban National Park, have not been cancelled. Eso fue lo que decidió el grupo de trabajo. Y al haber leído rápido me salté una palabra y por eso se cambió todo. Es simplemente mi culpa acá. Disculpen.
Okay. We seem to be, we are getting closer. Be patient.
If they cancel already reverse? I can't see. Okay. They can even erase the rest. It was just a mistake instead of filling up the screen with things.
I give the floor to India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Are we taking note of a fact or an opinion or a perception? The fact, as the Russian Federation said, seems to be different from whatever the fact or opinion that is being presented here. So if you take note of something, it must be a fact. So what is the fact? Thank you, Chair.
IUCN, can you clarify this? Because my reading from the chair, there's history to this. Now we're arguing whether whatever was decided whenever, whether it has been cancelled or reversed. Therefore, I want to give floor to IUCN to clarify this. IUCN, you have the floor.
So, thanks, Chair. Just to clarify, I won't repeat the longer explanation. The fact is that that there was a exercise which has resulted in a change in the property from a situation where it had no holes in relation to its protection to a situation where there are holes where the boundary, holes where there is not protection, and de facto, because there is mining within those areas, they are not protected. It is clearly a process which has resulted in that definition. Mr. Dubonnet, who's been on the mission, can perhaps clarify if I'm not being clear, but thank you.
In fact, just to clarify, under Russian legislation, you cannot have mining, even preparatory activities inside national parks. So to be able to do the current mining preparatory activities, they had to change the status of these areas. So the status was changed. They were in the national park before, they're no longer in the national park. If the status had not been changed, there could not have been mining or mining preparations currently ongoing. Thank you.
I see United Arab Emirates. You have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. نحن نود من الاي يو سي ان ان يوضح لنا هل هذه التشريعات القانونيه او التعديلات القانونيه التي اشاروا ان الدوله الطرف غيرتها حتى توفر لنفسها المجال لاجراء التنقيب، هل هي فعلا تتعارض مع حدود واضحة كانت موجودة من قبل لدى الجهات الهيئات الاستشارية، أم أن هذا أمر هو سر الخلاف في هذا النقاش منذ بدأنا؟ إذا لم تكن الدولة الطرف أكدت مرارا أنها لم تكن داخل الموقع المسجل رغم أنهم يعترفون بأنهم أجروا هذه التعديلات. فنحن أيضا نريد أن نتأكد فعلا أنه إذا كان رأيكم أنها داخل الموقع المسجل أو في ضمن الحدود، نريد أن نعرف هذه الحدود حتى نرد على الدولة الطرف أنها بالفعل خالفت قوانين التسجيل. شكرا.
Thank you, Algeria. Before I go back to IUCN, I recognize India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I have some difficulty with the use of the word holds. I don't recognize it legally, terminologically. Meaning, I think we should now be very strict in what we think of and do and see. So, because this is confusing something that is already reasonably not clear. Secondly, at this point of time, I think it would be wiser or better to actually get a firm clarification from the state party. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, India. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Écoutez, en réfléchissant pour essayer d'avancer et de sortir de l'impasse qui finalement se creuse de plus en plus, je me suis demandé une chose que je voudrais vous soumettre et que je voudrais soumettre à l'ensemble du comité. Je me suis référé en particulier à la décision 35 comme 7B25, donc de l'année dernière, où justement nous parlions de cette protection protection juridique en quelque sorte. Et je me demande si, à titre de simplification, on ne pourrait pas simplement reprendre ce paragraphe en disant quelque chose comme ceci, et j'essayerai de vous le lire lentement en français. Réitère sa plus vive préoccupation quant aux modifications des limites de la composante nord du bien, le parc national de Yugidva, qui ont ainsi retiré leur statut de protection à ces zones et à l'approbation de l'exploitation d'une mine d'or sur le terrain du bien de Chudnoe. Et puis ensuite, nous prendrions beaucoup plus tard note de ce qu'il y aura une modification de frontières, de zones, qui a été prévue, semble-t-il, si j'ai bien compris la délégation russe, au 1er janvier 2013. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Switzerland. We will come back to your modification of this paragraph. Can I ask Russian Federation to respond to India's question? Russian Federation, we have the floor.
Мы также несколько запутались в формулировках. Мы предложили все-таки посмотреть еще раз формулировки прошлого года, которые были даны миссией ЮНЕСКО. Считаем, что так или иначе они были в чем-то отработаны. Еще раз. 2 минуты. При создании парка национального до номинации миссии ЮНЕСКО еще, до 1994 года, в Российской Федерации существовало другое законодательство, позволяющее вести разработку месторождений в национальных парках. При создании национального парка была проведена экологическая экспертиза, и в состав парка были включены территории с месторождениями полезных ископаемых, потому что не лесные, потому что не предполагалось запрещение их разработки. Но границы парка на местности не были установлены. Была определена площадная характеристика парка и была установлена описательные границы, от какого ручья до какой территории идет, то есть не в координатах, не в земельных участках, в описательной части. В 2008-2009 году было проведено межевание в соответствии с действующим российским законодательством, и все границы парков, заповедников, не только Юга-2, по всей территории Российской Федерации, кроме нескольких, были установлены в международной системе координат МСК. Земли ставятся на кадастровый учет, границы парков и заповедников помечаются. И напомню, что в 1994 году, когда Россия номинировала этот пакет документов, мы номинировали парк и заповедник, границы парка и заповедника. Соответственно, на данный момент границы парка и заповедника установлены, никакого изменения их за предыдущие 20 лет не производилось, они были растянуты, их установлением по времени, потому что в 90-е годы Российская Федерация в силу отсутствия средств этим не занималась, в 2000-х годы эти работы были начаты по всей территории. Больше я, пожалуй, ничего пояснить не смогу, уважаемые коллеги. На данный момент границы парка установлены, территория, режим охраны не менялся ни в соответствии ни с каким законодательством, у нас ничего не менялось. Национальный парк под охраной Федерального министерства. Точка. Добыча не ведется. Вот просто прозвучало, что уже идет добыча золота в южной части, в северной и не ведется.
Can I, Switzerland, can I come back to you, say, what is your view on the explanation by the state party? Because in your text, there's gold mine. I hear the state party to be saying contrary to the gold mine. You have the floor, Switzerland.
Écoutez, moi je crois bien entendu l'État parti. Je crois qu'il n'y a pas d'exploitation. Quant à la préparation pour l'exploration, je crois que d'après ce que j'ai cru comprendre de l'IUCN, il y en a. Voilà. Je crois qu'il y a parfois des mélanges sur les termes exploitation et exploration. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Switzerland. We need to work on this proposal because our reading is that there's a language problem. United Arab Emirates, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أنا أرى أن يمكن الاستفادة من التعبير من الصياغة في القرار الصادر في الدورة 35 والذي تم التعبير عنه بشكل جزئي في هذه الفقرة، يعني من خلال التعبير عن القلق لمحاولات إجراء التنقيب في حدود الموقع ومطالبة الدولة العضو توفير بيانات دقيقة للهيئات الاستشارية لإثبات عدم تعديل أي صيغة قانونية للحدود 2013.
Thank you very much, UAE. Can we read, I'm trying to assist here. Can we read the Switzerland proposal? If we read it up to the national park and we pause there, and I want us to take comments, can you put full stop after the national park, up to there? And then see how it reads. Because now I want us to discuss that paragraph, that new amendment from Switzerland. I want to check if there are any interventions to that. The Switzerland proposal, the last part up to the park, are there any objections to that? Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, à la lumière de ce que nous venons d'entendre, l'Algérie peut faire une proposition de consensus. Je peux vous la lire si vous permettez, Monsieur le Président. Donc, encourager l'État partie à poursuivre ses efforts pour la protection de l'ensemble du bien tel que délimité initialement, conformément à la réglementation et la législation en vigueur.
Algeria, start from the beginning, slowly reading your sentence again. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je relis. Encourage l'État partie à poursuivre ses efforts pour la protection de l'ensemble du bien tel que délimité initialement, conformément à la législation et la réglementation en vigueur.
Algeria, are you replacing the Switzerland text that starts with reiterate? Just for clarity. Have the
Proposer, encourager, plutôt que réitérer.
Thank you, Algeria. I see South Africa. South Africa, you have the floor.
We're covered, Chairman.
Thank you, South Africa. I give the floor to India.
Chair, I just needed an answer to the question that you put. Does the Algerian modification replace those many lines before till the red? If so, we think it's a wonderful proposal.
Colombia, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente, si efectivamente lo que dice el embajador de India, todo lo demás se quita, Colombia también apoya la posición de Argelia. Gracias.
Thank you, Colombia. Can United Arab Emirates?
أنا أعتقد وأشكر مندوب الهند، عودنا على مبادرات، هو عبر عن ما كنت أريده لو استثنينا مسألة القلق فلذلك أنا أوافق على هذه الصيغة الجديدة التي تقدمت بها الجزائر.
Thank you, UAE. Rapporteur, can you strike through all what is above? Can you read paragraph 4 from the beginning? You have the floor. Sorry, before you come, I see Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En fait, je n'ai strictement rien contre la phrase proposée par l'Algérie. Simplement, elle ne recouvre pas du tout la même chose de ce que j'ai dit. Donc, oui et non. On peut faire un nouveau paragraphe avec le paragraphe algérien, mais ce qui me manque dans le paragraphe algérien, c'est qu'on a perdu la notion que le statut de protection de ces zones a disparu. Et c'est ça qui m'importe. Ces zones ne sont plus protégées. Voilà. Et c'est ça que j'avais essayé d'exprimer en reprenant mot pour mot, d'ailleurs, la décision de l'an dernier. Et je ne comprends pas pourquoi on continue de discuter. Moi, j'accepte en paragraphe supplémentaire le paragraphe proposé par l'Algérie, l'Inde, la Colombie et les États arabes unis. Merci.
Thank you, Switzerland. We'll come back to that. I will give the floor to Algeria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je crois que Monsieur le délégué de la Suisse n'a pas bien compris la proposition algérienne. Il ne s'agit pas d'une question de syntaxe ou de rédaction. Il s'agit d'un problème de fond que nous venons, nous, l'Algérie, nous venons de comprendre lorsque le représentant de la Fédération de Russie a expliqué précisément ce qui se passe dans cette région. Et nous avons compris qu'il y avait un problème d'ordre de coordination entre des services du cadastre et les services de l'aménagement et de l'environnement dans son pays. Que cette question de coordination pourrait être réglée par un règlement dans le cadre de la législation et de la réglementation en vigueur qui protège certainement ces zones. Il a parlé de zoning, il a parlé de coordination, il a parlé de cadastre. Ce sont des problèmes techniques que nous rencontrons à chaque fois qu'il y a des modifications dans le cadre de l'aménagement du territoire et qui peut être réglé. Ce n'est pas un problème de statut juridique, c'est un problème de règlement et de prise en charge administrative de la question de l'aménagement du territoire dans cette région. C'est ce qui nous a amenés à proposer cette rédaction qui, effectivement, s'éloigne de la proposition initiale à laquelle nous avons participé et de laquelle nous nous sommes largement inspirés puisqu'elle vient de l'honorable délégué de la Suisse. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Algeria. I give the floor to Germany. Please, as you make your intervention, note the way we are trying to split all these para so that we can look at them again without losing the views coming from the floor. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll respond in a way to what my Algerian colleague has just said before about what kind of exercises we are taking. And I'm going back 2 years. I'm going back to the 34th session of this committee, where this committee, with other colleagues on it maybe, but still the World Heritage Committee has said the following. Notes that the boundaries of the World Heritage property, sorry, I'm in the wrong text, in the wrong sentence. Regrets that the state party appears. No. Sorry. I got lost. Sorry for having got lost in. No, I got lost.
I hope you won't infect us. Take your time, Germany.
Okay,
Take your time.
Okay, it's there. It's there. Notes that the boundaries of the World Heritage property as inscribed by the committee have not been amended and therefore requests the state party to reconsider, and this was 2 years ago, its recent boundary demarcation exercise, and this is, I think, what our Russian colleague was referring to earlier, in order to restore the protected status of all areas within the World Heritage property, including all areas that have recently been excluded from the Ujiji National Park. I think this was the original thing, what happened, a demarcation exercise which excluded some parts from the park. And this is in line what I think about this demarcation exercise our Russian colleague spoke before. And this is in line with what the World Heritage Center has explained before. And our committee 2 years ago has really stated exactly that fact, and then has taken up the same issue last year, regretting that these changes to these, whatever you will call it, a boundary change or a change of the status, what is in the boundary or not in the boundary, has occurred. I think this is where it goes back to. It goes back to this demarcation exercise, which has done a change to how the property is protected on the whole area of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. France, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pensais qu'on pouvait trouver un consensus dans le texte algérien à cause du mot « initialement ». Je pense que l'ensemble du bien tel que délimité initialement contenait la proposition de la Suisse et même de l'Allemagne. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, France. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think the French proposal is eminently reasonable, captures all of it. I've just noted from the German intervention that there was no change to the legal status. And I'm just wondering why IUCN has taken us through all of this if there was no change in the legal status, which is exactly what the Russian Federation has been saying. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, India. I beg your indulgence. We have tried to split what was one paragraph into 3 paragraphs. I would like us to go to paragraph 4. Read that. We move to 5. We move to 6. If we agree in principle that it captures all what we're saying, and then we'll try and adopt each paragraph. Can you read paragraph 4? We're not going to adopt, just to get a sense of what is captured on those 3 paragraphs. Rapporteur, read paragraph 4. You have the floor.
Paragraph 4 expresses its utmost concern that in its 35th session, full-scale gold mining preparatory works have begun within the property.
Full stop there. And then please read for us paragraph 5, proposed by Switzerland.
Paragraph 5 reiterates its utmost concern with regard to the modifications of the boundaries of the northern component of the property, namely the Ujiji National Park, which removes the protection status of these areas, and about the approval of a gold mine within the property at Chudnoy. And this comes from paragraph 3 of the last decision of this committee last year.
Thank you. Read the Algerian proposal. Paragraph 6.
New paragraph 6, as it stands now and proposed by Algeria, encourages the state party to pursue its efforts for the protection of the property as a whole under its initial boundaries and in accordance with existing legislation and regulations.
Those three capture the essence of what we are talking about. If we don't have objections to the essence, I would like us to adopt each paragraph, unless there's any state party with a problem the way we've tried to split what we're talking about. Can we move to paragraph 4? Now we're reading for adoption. I would ask the rapporteur to clean all the other stuff on paragraph 4. Keep simple, and then we'll adopt it as simple as it is. Remove. Paragraph 4. Any objections to paragraph 4? I see none. Paragraph 4 adopted. Paragraph 5. Any objections to paragraph 5? I see India. India, you have the floor.
I just need to know, Chair, whether this is a reiteration exactly of what is said in that. I don't have 35(7)(b) 25 part 3 just now. If it is, then we are simply reiterating something that happened the year before. Is that correct, Chair?
I hear the whispers to people assisting that, yes.
Je vous l'apporte, monsieur le délégué de l'Inde. Je vous l'apporte le texte, si vous le voulez, monsieur le délégué de l'Inde.
No, I actually had a better idea. The German delegate was giving her computer to me. I'd prefer the computer to the text. Thank you.
Can we get some order? The delegate from India is asking a question. I will hand over to the rapporteur to clarify that on the center, if that is what was decided previously. Can I give the floor to the rapporteur or the center?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will read the exact paragraph 3 in English version as adopted in the 35th session of the committee, and maybe we will have to make slight amendments in here. Expresses its utmost concern about the boundary changes made to the northern component of the property, Ugidba National Park, which removes the protection status of these areas, and about the approval of a gold mine within the property at Chudnoy. That's the exact wording of last decision.
Thank you, rapporteur. Any objections in repeating what was said? Any objections to paragraph 5? I see none. Paragraph 5 adopted. Paragraph 6, which is a bit short. Any objections to the proposed paragraph by Algeria, supported by India and Colombia and UAE? Estonia, we have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have to say we are a little bit confused because in our understanding, the changes that have been made to a legal status, they can be called regulations. And under these regulations, it's okay to have a mine in the middle of a World Heritage Site. So if we, in this sentence, support that the existing legislation and regulations should be the guidelines, then I think we are sending again some mixed signals in our draft resolution. So therefore, I would like IUCN to comment on this point. Thank you.
I will give the floor to IUCN. Thank you, Estonia. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to comment on the drafting, as the intervention from the distinguished delegate from Germany made clear when she read out the paragraph from 34Com, which I think is entirely consistent with what IUCN has been saying. The issue here is a difference between the boundaries of the World Heritage Property and the boundaries as they exist now for the Ugidvar National Park, which results in areas that do not have legal protection but rest within the boundary of the World Heritage Property. So the difficulty with this paragraph would be which boundaries, but if we assume that they are the initial boundaries of the World Heritage Property, then this would seem to convey protection. But I think it's important to be clear on the boundaries that are being discussed, because the issue here is one of a difference between the current legally recognized national boundaries in the Russian Federation and the boundaries of the World Heritage Property. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IUCN. I see Algeria. Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Après avoir écouté les explications du représentant de l'UICN, je souhaiterais, avec votre permission, demander à ce que l'État partie nous précise quelle est la relation de la législation dans son pays concernant les limites du parc et celle proposée par l'UICN, c'est-à-dire les limites proposées par nos textes. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
I will request the state party, please be brief to the point to the question being raised by Algeria. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Большое спасибо за вопрос IUCN. Вот ровно об этом мы вначале пытались говорить. И на 35-й сессии комитета нам было дано время до 1 февраля 2013 года представить на рассмотрение комитета границы объекта в соответствии с действующим российским законодательством. Точка. Соответственно, все, что мы говорим, что за прошедший год ничего не изменилось, за прошедшие 1,5 года ничего не изменилось, и в 1 февраля 2013 года мы представим, в соответствии с решением IUCN пункт 7, вернее, с решением комитета пункт 7 и 8, границы объекта всемирного наследия. Чтобы у нас не было недоразумений, в том, как любые примеры, которые здесь рассматривались, где у нас одни границы, картографический материал 1994 года содержит лишь картинку формата А4, другие границы и так далее. У нас границы по границам парка. Границы парка установлены. Границы объекта наследия мы внесем 1 февраля 2013 года.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I see Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And please, my dear co-fellows on the committee or the Central IUCN may correct me if I'm mistaken. If we talk initial boundaries, we mean boundaries at the time of inscription, because this is what guides the World Heritage Property. If there has not been a proper procedure to correct these boundaries under these operational guidelines, we are considering boundaries at time of inscription. So we might replace initial boundaries by boundaries at time of inscription. And the second point, the last sentence here, I'm okay with the proposal by Algeria, but the last part here, in accordance with existing legislation and regulations. I suppose that each and every state's party here in the room will do everything in accordance with legislation and regulations. At least I assume we all do so. So we can maybe skip this part because it's just not needed here. I put this to the consideration of my dear colleagues at the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. In Estonia, you have the floor.
Estonia supports Germany's position.
Thank you. I give the floor to India.
Thank you, Chair. I seem to sense that the direction we are going in is to reiterate what we did and said last year. We were told there's no change in the legal status. So why don't we reiterate it and then reiterate the actions to be taken, which are to be taken by 2013. That's the logical way to go, which is what the distinguished ambassador of France also said. I admit we have spent many hours on this, but we could shorten the whole process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. I just want to check if the United Arab Emirates, we have the floor, say.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. وفد الإمارات تداخل في هذا الموضوع أكثر من مرة، وكان آخر سؤال وجهناه للاتحاد الدولي لحماية الطبيعة يتصل بالحدود، وتم العودة إليه بعد نقاش طويل، وتنازلنا عن هذا السؤال وعن تداخلات كثيرة سعيا للتوافق. لذلك أنا كنت ميال كنا نميل إلى اعتماد التوصية الأخيرة من قبل الجزائر، لأنه إذا لم نوافق عليها الفقرة التي سبقتها هناك إشارات إلى ما يتناقض مع هذه الفقرة. هناك وما ورد في تلك الفقرة، ما ورد في قرار الدورة 35 استدعى أن تعطى الدولة مهلة إلى 2013 حتى تصحح هذه المخاوف وهذا القلق. ما حصل أننا في هذه الدورة تقدمنا بمناقشة هذا الموضوع قبل 2013. هذا لا يضير لأننا الآن قطعنا شوط، لكن نريد أن نؤكد أن ما ورد في الفقرة السابقة هو إعادة لمسألة ستثبت في 2013 أو تثبت حالة إلى الآن الدولة تحاول إثبات عكسها. فأنا لا أمانع في أن نسير في اعتماد اقتراح الجزائر، وإذا أصرينا بتعديلات كثيرة على هذه الفقرة فإن الفقرة التي تليها كان ممكن أن لا يكون لها ضرورة، لأننا نعمل على الرد على هذه الفقرة في 2013. شكرا.
Thank you very much. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense que cette question nous a pris beaucoup de temps. Et au point où on en est aujourd'hui, personne ne peut dire que nous avons toutes les clarifications de part et d'autre. En tout cas, il y a un problème d'interprétation des avis de l'UICN et des déclarations faites par l'État partie. À mon humble avis, la proposition faite par l'Algérie permet une fois de plus de couper la poire en deux. Et je pense que nous devons donner à l'État partie la possibilité de faire le travail qu'on attend de lui au 1er février 2013. En conséquence, je pense qu'il n'y a pas lieu d'amender la proposition faite par l'Algérie. Merci.
Thank you very much. I see some support for the Algerian proposal. Can we move for the adoption of that paragraph? Any objections in adopting paragraph 6 as proposed by Algeria? I see none. Paragraph 6 adopted. Rapporteur, move us to paragraph 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. New paragraph 7, previous paragraph 5 is proposed for deletion by the delegation of India. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, with so many changes I have lost. Yes, new paragraph 7, it will read as follows. Consider that these issues constitute a danger to the property's outstanding universal value, in line with paragraph 180 of the operational guidelines for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention.
Thank you, Rapporteur. I see India. India, you have the floor.
Chair, we've been through this. First of all, which issues, since we simply repeated whatever else happened the year before. And the year before, they didn't think that it was necessary to indicate that these constituted a danger to the property's outstanding universal value. And that is the reason that we asked for it to be taken out. I mean, having done the modifications before, now as it exists or as it is on the screen and not in our amendment, it doesn't make any sense. Thank you, Chair.
I think we were adopting paragraph 7. I understand the confusion in terms of Can I go back to the distinguished delegates from India? We were now doing paragraph 7, which is on the screen. You proposed the deletion, what is shown there as 6. But now we are looking at paragraph 7. I understand your earlier point. I just want to confirm if you are still talking to para 7 on the screen. I give you the floor, sir.
Thank you, sir. You've kindly correctly indicated that the Indian suggestion, as before, is to delete this paragraph entirely. Thank you.
Any objections to the proposal by the Indian delegate to remove? I see Algeria. Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Moi, je voulais parler d'une question d'ordre. Ce paragraphe n'est pas dans la continuité de l'article 4. Il est en relation avec le paragraphe qui est au-dessus, l'article 3. C'est le 4? Non.
Rapporteur, are you in a position to clarify the concern of Algeria? I give you the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think what the delegate of Algeria wants to do is to move this paragraph after paragraph 4. Nevertheless, I think that maybe I can recommend, Mr. Chairman, to wait until a decision is taken on the following paragraph, and then we could look at the correct position of this one. And now that I have the floor, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, this new paragraph 7 initially was proposed by the delegation of India to be deleted. Then the working group, which met during lunchtime, came back with the proposal to keep it as I read it. And then this is a discussion we are having now, whether we keep or not this new paragraph 7.
Thank you very much, Rapporteur, for that proposed clarification. Any objections to the proposal by India to delete paragraph 7? I see Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oui, je suis tout à fait d'accord qui a été dit par la délégation de l'Algérie. C'était la proposition que nous avons faite ensemble, les 4 pays qui étaient en charge par vous. Et c'était lié avec la solution qu'on a proposée pour l'autre paragraphe 3. Alors, on ne devrait pas le traiter comme si ce n'était pas lié et on ne devrait pas le délire maintenant. Et on ne devrait pas le delete. Comment est-ce qu'on dit? Merci.
I see Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Écoutez, oui, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec la déléguée de l'Allemagne. Ce d'autant plus que, comme l'a dit très justement Madame le rapporteur, ce paragraphe 7 est en relation indirecte, bien entendu, avec la proposition de l'Inde qui suit, qui est celle de biffer la mention que l'on décide d'inscrire les forêts vierges de Komi sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Je crois que la discussion l'a montré à satiété, Monsieur le Président. Il y a un problème. Ce problème risque, ou a des chances plutôt, a des chances d'être résolu l'année prochaine. Je pense qu'il est essentiel que l'on garde le paragraphe 7 pour le cas où, si jamais ce problème n'était pas résolu, eh bien nous puissions revenir comme nous l'avons fait cette session par rapport à la session précédente. Je rappelle que ce paragraphe est mutatis mutandis, le même que celui qui avait été approuvé l'année dernière à même époque. Donc je suis tout à fait pour le garder, avec la suppression d'ailleurs, pourquoi pas, du mot avéré que le délégué de l'Inde avait déjà proposé. Là, je pense que c'est tout à fait juste parce que ce n'est peut-être pas tout à fait avéré, comme la discussion l'a montré. Voilà. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Switzerland. I see France. France, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Moi, je me rallie tout à fait à la proposition de l'ambassadeur de Suisse, ce qui peut nous permettre d'avancer un petit peu. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, France. I give the floor to India. You have the floor,
Thank
sir.
you, Chair. I could support the proposal, especially since it is exactly, I understand, what was agreed to last year. We are simply agreeing to all of what we agreed to last year, which we could have done last year as well and did. But it is really the next para which is the key, and I believe that now the discussion has confirmed that we cannot inscribe it on the list in danger. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. Before we will move to the next ones that India suggests to delete, can you adopt this one? Any objections in adopting this paragraph as amended? I see none. Paragraph 7 adopted. Is it 6? What's supposed to be 8? I see 6 there, which has been proposed by India for deletion. Any objections in deleting paragraph 6 as shown in the screen? Supposed link to be 8. I see none. Therefore, paragraph 6 is deleted. Paragraph 7 is also proposed for deletion by India. Any objections in deleting that? I see none. Germany, you have the floor. Can you put them down?
Sorry for reacting late. I just had to have a look because we don't see the whole text on the screen. I had to go back to our blue paper here. Even if we are not adopting corrective measures here, I suggest that we have a look here on the A and B and see what we might need in terms of looking to this property in next year's committee. So we might need some of these A and B here in a later paragraph. This is just a remark at that point.
If I hear you, Chairman, you are just remarking. Thank you very much. Any objection to deletion of old paragraph 7 as proposed by India? I see none, therefore paragraph 6 and 7 are deleted. Paragraph 8, I see no change. Paragraph 9, any objections in paragraph 8 and 9? Let's do one by one. Paragraph 8, any objection to paragraph 8? No amendment there. I see none. Paragraph 8 adopted. We move to paragraph 9 with a proposal by India to delete the last part of paragraph 9. Any objections to the proposed amendment by India? I see none. Paragraph 9 adopted. Paragraph 10, go down. And 11, no change. Any objection to the adoption of paragraph 10 and 11? I see none. Paragraph 10 and 11 adopted. Paragraph 12, we'll do it one by one. These are long paragraphs. Paragraph 12, as proposed for deletion by India. I see Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Thanks for giving me the floor again, and I apologize for this. I remind my colleagues here in the committee that there is one part of this paragraph if we might wish to keep, and this is the request to develop a statement of outstanding universal value, and I assume this means the retrospective statement of OUV, which is not yet there. So we might wish to keep this, and this is nothing which has to do with the inscription in the danger list, but is a general well, part of the work which is going on, a necessity, and will help to really preserve this site for the future.
Thank you, Germany. I give the floor to the representative of India. You have the floor, sir.
Honorable Chair, I'm just confused. I mean, what are we doing this for? I thought the second part of the paragraph was the important operative part. The statement of outstanding universal value, I hope exists. No? Okay, all right. Can the director of the World Heritage Center confirm what we are trying to do?
I give the floor to Mr. Rao. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As part of the second cycle of the periodic reporting exercise, they have to, in any case, develop a retrospective statement of outstanding universal value. So it's up to the committee to decide whether or not to put it in here, because in any case, the state party will develop that retrospective statement of outstanding universal value. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I see note from the representative of India. Therefore, can we, any objection to adopting paragraph 12 as proposed for reinstatement by Germany? I see none. Paragraph 12 adopted. We move to paragraph 13, which has been proposed for deletion by India. Any objection to the deletion of paragraph 13? I see none. Paragraph 13 deleted. We move to suppose it to be 14. There's no change there. Any objection in adopting paragraph 14 in the French? Paragraph, is it 14? Paragraph 14. Any objections? I see none. Adopted. This number. I've been trying to follow the old numbering and the new numbering. I don't want to lose you or you lose me. Paragraph is paragraph 10 in the paper version, which has been proposed by India. Any objections to that paragraph? I see. Oh, Switzerland, you have the floor.
Aucune objection, Monsieur le Président. Simplement, après avoir entendu toutes les explications de la délégation russe, j'aimerais ajouter tout à la fin de ce paragraphe un membre de phrase qui dirait ceci. Donc, après d'autres zones forestières de grand intérêt, et salue les efforts de l'État partie dans ce sens. Et salue les efforts de l'État partie dans ce sens. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Switzerland. I see Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We just wanted to support that, while we have to understand that not all of these lands are forest lands. But I think that's clear enough. We keep it as it is, and we support India and the Swiss addition. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Any objection to the rapporteur?
Sorry to take the floor, Mr. Chairperson. I just was wondering whether we should stick to the language of the operational guidelines and say, instead of major boundary modification, as it is a significant modification of boundaries.
It's just the language of this committee and this convention. I don't think there will be any objections to that. Can we adopt paragraph 13 as amended? Any objections? I see none. Paragraph 13 adopted. We move to paragraph 14. There are amendments as proposed by India. Any objection to that, to those amendments on paragraph 14? I see Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Just a clarification to understand what is happening here. Am I right, and I wish to get some confirmation from the World Heritage Center or maybe our rapporteur, that while taking out the reference to halting gold mining and to reversing the boundary changes, and in the same time taking out the word other. That halting and the reverse is part of the recommendations. So if we take out the word other, we include the two other things like the halting and the reversing the changes. Is this what we are deciding here? These two, halting the gold mining and reversing the boundary changes, were part of the recommendations? Okay, then this is fine with me.
I see, Germany, you are happy. Can we move the adoption of paragraph 14 as amended by India? I see none. Paragraph 14 adopted. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's just a word, and on the 14th, on the chapter, in the paragraph 14, we send the information to the center, not to the committee. If you go up, of the paragraph 13. We send, yes, to the center, not to the committee. That's it. Thank you.
If there are no objections in adopting decision, draft decision 36, apologies. If there are no objections in adopting the whole draft decision 36, COM 7B.24. So decided, it's adopted as amended. Adopted. There was a request from Germany to open for discussion Lake Baikal of the Russian Federation. I would like to ask the center to make a comment on Lake Baikal. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I please request that we postpone this item until the representative from the center who is following this issue returns. He's just gone for a small break. I think we understand.
I would like to give the floor to Germany, who requested for discussion of the site. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me just say, because we had a very difficult issue behind us, that I found that our rapporteur is doing a fascinating, fantastic job, and I would like to give her a round of applause. Because how in this mess you can still think of the right terminology is really fantastic. And congratulations to you too. So unlike Baikal, I opened this because I saw this draft resolution that came out of the NGO discussions, and in it was one point that I would like to ask my dear colleague to maybe enlighten me on. It was a declaration, as it was quoted earlier in the committee, that this paper mill at Lake Baikal will be closed at a certain time. And now the NGOs are worried that it will go on forever. And because it was not closed at the time originally said. So I would just like to ask the delegation of the Federal Republic, of the Russian Federation, to please answer this question. And I think it may take away the concern. Thank you.
Just to remind the committee members that Lake Baikal is decision 36,7B.22. I now give the floor to the Russian Federation. You have the floor.
Уважаемые коллеги, поскольку представитель Министерства природопользования отошел, то я сама сделаю пояснение по Байкалу. Да, действительно, в прошлом году мы говорили о том, что Байкальский целлюлозно-бумажный комбинат должен быть закрыт к определенному времени. Он до сих пор не закрыт. Причины этого две. Первая причина – природоохранная, потому что самый большой вопрос при закрытии Байкальского комбината заключается в том, что если его закрыть, не предприняв до этого природоохранные мероприятия по очистке территории не озера Байкал, а земли около этого завода от накопившихся отходов, то это может создать реальную угрозу всему региону. Поэтому первая задача, и это очень дорогостоящая задача, это очистить вот эти старые запасы, которые там копились 40 лет на самом деле. Второй вопрос – это социальный вопрос. Жители близлежащих районов работают на этом комбинате. Но этот вопрос решаемый. Подвижки в этом вопросе есть. Недавно в Государственной Думе, в парламенте Российской Федерации, состоялись слушания с участием правительства, неправительственных организаций и парламентариев именно по судьбе этого Байкальского целлюлозно-бумажного комбината. По результатам этих слушаний было направлено письмо президенту Российской Федерации с требованием закрытия этого комбината полностью, даже не перепрофилирования на закрытый цикл. Кроме того, в августе сего года вице-премьер, который отвечает за эти вопросы, собирает большое совещание по уже установлению конкретных сроков и конкретных действий, а самое главное – финансирование по закрытию этого комбината. Как вы сами понимаете, этот вопрос не решается ни в течение 6 месяцев, ни даже 1 года, потому что комбинат работал 40 лет загрязнял окружающую территорию. В первую очередь не само озеро Байкал, а именно землю около этого завода. Поэтому мне кажется, что все идет именно в том направлении, как было рекомендовано Комитетом всемирного наследия. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, Russian Federation. Germany, you have the floor.
I didn't ask for it, but I thank also very much the Russian Federation for this explanation, which sounds like really acting to their responsibility. Thank you very, very much.
Therefore, we need to adopt decision 36.7b.22. Therefore, if there are no objections, I move that we adopt this decision. I see none. Decision 36.7b.22 adopted.
Dear colleagues, now we move on to the Asia and Pacific and how we wanted. Now we will discuss Great Barrier Reef, Australia. It's decision 36.7b.8, document WHC 12/36.com/7b.ed. World Heritage Center, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The joint World Heritage Center IUCN reactive monitoring mission took place to this property in March of this year. This very large property is subjected to a variety of pressures, including industrial development, port development, and non-point source water pollution emanating mostly from agricultural runoff. Though significant investment of government resources have been made to deal with these issues, the fact remains that coastal zone development is occurring in the absence of a strategic coastal-wide consideration of cumulative impacts on the property's outstanding universal value. Though the World Heritage Center and IUCN consider that the property does not currently meet the requirements for inscription onto the list of World Heritage in Danger, they wish to note that should some of the most threatening developments proposals be approved, conditions for doing so could be met. Ladies and gentlemen, you will find the draft decision in the document 7B add in English on page 26 and in French on page 31. Our colleagues, Madam Chair, from IUCN would like to add a few words.
Thank you very much. IUCN, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. IUCN notes that the Great Barrier Reef is amongst the largest multiple-use marine areas included on the World Heritage List, and since inscription, the property has tackled a series of threats that have been identified over the decades effectively. However, the future conservation of the reef World Heritage Area is at a crossroads, and decisions that will be taken in the immediate future will be decisive for the long-term health of the property as a whole, and the threats that are facing it, including from climate change, catchment runoff, coastal development, ports and shipping, and direct extractive use, are all significant threats to its conservation. The rapid increase of coastal developments, including ports infrastructure, and the fact that it's around 35 new development proposals are currently awaiting determination by 2013, including some in highly sensitive or already pressured areas, is of high concern to the conservation of the values for which the property was inscribed on the list. The overall outcome of the management of the property should be a goal to result in a net benefit for the long-term health of the Great Barrier Reef as a whole. And considering the overarching importance of water quality to the reef's health, it's indispensable that the current level of investment in measures to tackle this threat is maintained and recent positive progress is sustained. IUCN recommends that an evaluation of the outstanding universal value should be carried out through the major 5-yearly reporting exercise the State Party intends to produce as part of its Outlook reporting cycle, and it's recommended the next Great Barrier Reef Outlook report, which is due in 2014, should be presented to the World Heritage Committee at its 39th session. The State has responded to the report of the 35th, or the request of the 35th session of the committee with a range of actions, and one of the most important is the strategic assessment of the property that has been initiated. Whilst not immediately recommending inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger, IUCN echoes the comment of the World Heritage Centre that should any of the most threatening developments proceed towards consent, and also that water quality measures do not continue to show a positive trend, the World Heritage Committee may need to consider that possibility in the future. And the consent of developments would also directly risk irreversible impacts on the outstanding universal value of the property, but in particular could preempt an effective outcome of the strategic assessment and also the envisaged plan for the long-term sustainable development of the property, which is anticipated to flow from it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The floor is open. Switzerland, please, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous voulons juste souligner que nous sommes devant un site très important, comme tous les sites, et qui a par contre une complexité incroyable. Deux facteurs très complexes s'ajoutent et sont en action sur cette barrière. C'est très important de souligner les efforts faits par l'État de l'Australie pour gérer tous ces facteurs. C'est un exemple incroyable pour tous nous autres, pour apprendre à gérer un site avec des facteurs si importants. Néanmoins, c'est un site qui a une vulnérabilité incroyable et je m'appelle aussi aux membres du comité de réfléchir par le principe de précaution. Nous avons vu qu'il y a la possibilité que des impacts soient irréversibles, donc on doit vraiment être sûr de pouvoir gérer au mieux ce site et nous soutenons la proposition faite. Merci.
Thank you very much. Are anybody else who wants to take the floor? Colombia.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Efectivamente, esta es de un tamaño inmenso. Es toda la costa del Pacífico de Colombia, es este Great Barrier Reef. Quisiéramos darle la palabra al Estado parte para que nos pudiera explicar un poco cuáles son los pasos que están tomando en cuanto a las peticiones que les hicieron de presupuesto, legislativos y el Special Assessment. Gracias.
Thank you very much. India.
Madam Chairman, we are aware that the Great Barrier Reef represents the world's largest coral reef system, about 3.5 million square kilometer, approximately the size of Japan. So far, the state party has managed it well, looking at the point that it is the constitutional requirement of both the federal government and the government of Queensland to manage it. There are, of course, as the IUCN report has pointed, developments of infrastructure and of ports coming up, and therefore we too feel, as the Honorable Delegate of Switzerland said, that abundant precautionary approach needs to be adopted, and we concur with the IUCN recommendation, and we are confident that the state party would do a good strategic environmental assessment so that these issues can be resolved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had the demand of Colombia to give the floor to the state party, but you know, normally we give the floor to state party to clarify something. And it seems to me that this case, which is quite clear, and it's no question. So, and I propose to go directly to the draft decision. For the moment, we don't have any amendments to this draft decision, so we can adopt it, the whole draft decision, without going point by point. So, do you have any objection to adopt the draft decision proposed in proposed 36.7b.8? I see no objection, so adopted. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the Latin America and the Caribbean sites. And please, Mr. Patry, I would like you to present the Iguazu National Park, Argentina.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This property is located immediately across the Iguazu River from Iguazu National Park in Brazil, another World Heritage property. These two properties share very similar ecosystems and are both located along the banks of the Iguazu River. Both properties share very similar management challenges. And for this reason, the committee has been requesting the state parties to engage in closer collaboration since the inscription of the property on the Brazilian side of the border in 1985. We would expect that common issues such as visitor management and hydroelectric power infrastructures up and downstream would thus be addressed in a coordinated and more efficient manner. Despite repeated requests for such closer collaboration and beyond what appears to be minor initiatives, for instance, in the production of an informative tourism pamphlet, there appears to have been little formal coordination between the responsible agencies managing these properties to date. The Center and IUCN recommend that the state parties of Argentina and Brazil formalize transboundary cooperation through appropriate and formal international instruments under which site-based cooperation could be structured, implemented, and monitored. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft decision can be found in document 7B add, English on page 61, French on page 66, and my colleagues at IUCN would like to add a few words, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. IUCN would like to note that no further information was provided on the threat of agricultural development in the Argentina Peninsula bottleneck. This is an important issue because what is happening with agricultural development is creating a barrier to genetic flows between the Argentinian and the Brazilian properties, which in the long term can impact the ecological values of that property. In the last few decades, this area has been settled by colonialists who have continued over the years to deforest the area for agricultural development and the rearing of livestock. Projects that seek to slow the rate of deforestation in this area have only had marginal success. Another threat to the biodiversity of the property emanates from aquatic alien species, and the state party has raised concern about the vulnerability of riverbank ecosystems. Both the threats of exotic species and biological isolation due to deforestation of the Argentine Peninsula bottleneck affect not only the Argentinian property, but also the Brazilian property on the other side of the Iguazu River. This reinforced the need for both the state parties of Argentina and Brazil to engage in a concerted effort to monitor these threats and to take appropriate joint management action as have been requested for many years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I'll open the discussion. France, floor is yours.
Merci Madame le Président. Je vais aller exactement dans le même sens pour encourager le Brésil et l'Argentine à coopérer vraiment de façon très insistante pour préserver ce site qui est exceptionnel. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Somebody else wants to take the floor? If not, we can straight go to the decision. As I understand, we didn't receive any amendments, so we can adopt the proposed decision like it is in Resolution 36-7B.28 in the page 61 English version. Are any objections? So I see none. Adopted. So now we go on to the Aquaçu National Park, Brazil. 36-7B.29. World Heritage Center, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now we're talking about the Iguazu National Park on the Brazilian side, across the river. The World Heritage Center and IUCN would like to remind the committee that this property was inscribed onto the list of World Heritage in Danger in 1999 for a 2-year period when local interests forcefully opened the road through the park. You can see where the road is located on the slide. It was when that road was formally closed and rendered unusable by the national authorities that the committee removed the property from the danger list. The World Heritage Center and IUCN have recently learned of renewed efforts on the part of local politicians to reopen that same road. We remind the committee that roads through World Heritage properties run the risk of being vectors for illegal logging, hunting, cattle ranching, and invasive species. Such roads can also create barriers to the movement of wildlife and result in ecological fragmentation of larger ecosystems. For these reasons, roads traversing World Heritage properties should be avoided as much as possible. As is the case for Iguazu National Park in Argentina, management collaboration is weak and opportunities for effectively addressing shared management challenges remain unexploited. Once again, I'd like to remind the committee that the decision is located in document 7B add in English on page 64 and on page 69 in the French version. And our colleagues at IUCN, Madam Chair, would like to say a few words.
Thank you very much. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. IUCN recalls that the committee 31st session in 2007, the state party had announced that it would deny authorization for the construction of the proposed Baixo Iguaçu hydroelectric project, upstream and in the immediate vicinity of the property. However, press reports as recent as 18 April 2012 suggest that the energy company Neoenergia has awarded a concession for this project in 2008 and expects to enter in operation in 2016. IUCN is seriously concerned about the potential direct, indirect, and cumulative impact from this project on the standing universal value of both the Brazilian and the Argentinian properties. Recalling that its environmental impact statement noted that 62% of fish species at the dam site are endemic to the Iguazu River, 3 of which are endangered. The World Heritage Center wrote a letter, 2009. The World Heritage Center wrote a letter to the state party on 6 May 29 to request more information on this issue, but a reply was not yet received. I would like to also reinforce the fact that according to the convention, and this is one of the basic principles of the convention, a state party should not make any development that can impact or affect another property in another state party of this convention. So this is a serious concern of IUCN about this development in Brazil. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I open the discussion. Who wants to take the floor? Colombia, the floor is yours.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Leyendo el informe y la decisión que se está poniendo, queríamos hacerle una pregunta al Estado parte, saber cuál es el estado actual del proyecto de la hidroeléctrica de la Estrada y de la Estrada de Colono, que nos pudieran contar cuál es el estado del proyecto, de estos dos proyectos. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Who else wants to take the floor? I see nobody, so we can move directly to the draft decision.
She asked the state party to...
Who? Yes, please, Brazil, take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the outset, the State Party of Brazil would like to thank the State Party of Argentina for the close cooperation on the conservation of this property. But of course, there's always room for improvement, and we believe that the decision has just been taken with regard to Argentina, and it's about to be taken with regard to Brazil and it will push for us to closer cooperate between the two parks, as we're being requested to provide a single state of conservation report. May I also express our gratitude to the World Heritage Center and IUCN for the report on both these properties. On the question that was posed to Brazil, Madam Chair, we asked ourselves when the draft decision states that the committee knows with serious concern that the Baixo Iguaçu hydroelectric project and the Estrada of Colón appear to again be actively considered. We pose ourselves the question, by whom? Certainly not by the government. And I can assure you, Madam Chair, that Brazil is taking all the necessary measures to uphold the OUV of this property. Concerning the Estrada do Colono, indeed, there was a draft bill that was presented in Parliament with this regard. And of course, as a democratic state, a country, any parliament has the right to present a bill and discuss, and the government has no say on that. But this bill has been proposed. The government has been active in this discussion, in the hearings, and defending the integrity of the property. So as the government, we are against the reopening of this road. It's important to note that the road remains closed, so what you see in the map remains closed, and the vegetation remains in recovery since it was reopened years ago. With regard to Baixo Iguaçu hydroelectric project, one must highlight that the necessary conditions that could allow the government to grant the environmental licensing for the project have not been met. These conditions would relate to the mitigating impact on the water flow on the right side of the Iguaçu River inside the property, which is about 100 kilometers from the falls. So I just would like to highlight that these environmental impact studies have indicated no risk on impact on the waterfalls. But then again, the State Party of Brazil is committed on the integrity of the property and on the not authorize these projects if both hydroelectric and the road not whatsoever, but the hydroelectric project, if has any impact on the OUV. This we can guarantee our commitment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, State Party. So now we move on to the decision. Decision is on the page 64, 36.7b.29. Are there any objections? I see none, so adopted. Now we move on to the other item. But before we move on, I would like to tell you that we have still 5 sites which we have to discuss. So can we increase 30 minutes today, our meeting? Even I know that we have, you know, a side event on astronomy, but we can ask them to 30 minutes to wait. That's all. What do you think? It's okay, Switzerland. I gave you the floor that it will be no any night sessions, but it will be not night session, only 30 minutes.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I am at a loss. I got a cold and I will try to find out what's all about.
Maybe it will not take 30 minutes, but I asked the interpreters.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we move on to the site Cerrado Protected Areas, Chapada de Veadeiros, Emas National Parks, Brazil. So it is decision 36.7b.30. document WHC 12/36.com/7b.add. World Heritage Center, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to note that since there are no nights in St. Petersburg in June, we cannot have a night session. The World Heritage Center and IUCN remind the committee that in 2003, the boundaries of Chapada dos Veadeiros National Park, which is one of the two components of this property, were reduced by judicial review, leading to a reduction of over 170,000 hectares in the size of this park. There is no doubt that its integrity has been critically undermined by this action. The state party had indicated to the World Heritage Committee that the original boundaries were to be reestablished by March 2012. In its report to the World Heritage Center this year, the state party now indicates that it will not be able to reestablish the original property boundaries for a variety of reasons. In lieu of the original boundaries and protection status of these lands, the state party indicated that it would work at assembling a mosaic of lands under varying degrees of protection. It is not clear if these would be sufficient to protect the property's outstanding universal value as originally recognized by the committee. The new target date for submission of the mosaic protected area proposal to the Minister of the Environment is June 2013. The World Heritage Center and IUCN consider that the efforts of the state party will require a close evaluation to ensure that the final results conform to the property's OUV as recognized by the committee. We believe it is very likely that a complete renomination may be required. The committee will find the draft decision in document 7B add on page 67 in English and page 73 in French. And once again, my colleagues at IUCN would like to add a few words, if you may.
Thank you. IUCN, you take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. IUCN notes that the state party, by letter to the World Heritage Center of 12 April 2012, invited a joint World Heritage Center IUCN advisory mission to the property to assess issues related to its legal framework and to provide assistance to the possible revision of its boundaries in view of an expansion. The invitation for this mission is most welcome. However, IUCN considers that the issues to be discussed and considered require a reactive monitoring mission and suggests that submissions be undertaken by IUCN and the Center. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Floor is open. Who wants to take the floor? I see nobody, so we can move to the draft decision directly. So draft decision concerning this item is on page 67, excuse me. And if you have no objections, we can adopt the decision 36.7b.30. I see no objections, so adopted. So we finished with the Latin American Caribbean sites. Yes, Brasilia, please take the floor.
Madam Chair, I would request to make a declaration if possible.
Yes, please make the declaration.
Thank you very much. Brazil shares the World Heritage Committee's concern with that the legal framework that Chapada dos Veadeiros National Park enjoyed at the time of inscription is no longer in effect. Nevertheless, under the current legal regime of protection, no potential danger in a scale that could affect the outstanding universal value of the property has been identified, as described at length in the last March report on the state of conservation of this property. On the contrary, aimed at increasing the preservation of the outstanding qualities of this ecosystem as a whole, Brazil has more than doubled the share of the federal conservation units in these ecoregions since 2001, the year when it was inscribed on the World Heritage List, from less than 1% to 2.59%, encompassing an area of 5,260,000 hectares, which is compared to a size of a number of countries. The Ministry of Environment, through the Chico Mendes Institute of Biodiversity Conservation, has expressed interest in inviting an advisory mission from the World Heritage Center and the IUCN to assess, together with the Brazilian authorities, all relevant issues related to the legal framework and the conservation of Sector 1 of the Syria property. This mission could also provide assistance in determining a possible revision to the boundaries of this property in order to expand the inscribed area. Of course, we understand that this might likely require a new nomination, and Brazil is very willing to work closely with the IUCN on this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before we move to the African sites, so I would like to adopt the decisions which don't require any discussion. I will quote: Talamanca Range La Amistad Reserves, La Amistad National Park, Costa Rica, Panama. It's decision 36.7b.31. Galapagos Islands, Ecuador. Decision 36.7b.32. And Coiba National Park and its special zone in marine protection, Panama. It's decision 36.7b.33. So if you have no objection, we can adopt this decision without discussion. I see no objections, so adopted. Now we move to the African sites. First, it will be Dja Wildlife Reserve, Cameroon. Decision 36.7b.1, document WHC 12/36.com7b ed. World Heritage Center, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As reported in the working document, a World Heritage Center IUCN monitoring mission visited the property earlier this year. The mission found that the GeoVic mining license has not been suspended and that since the previous mission, several important new threats have surfaced. A new dam is under construction 100 kilometers to the northwest, which will flood part of the property. The slide shows pictures of the works. Can we go to the next slide then? A license for iron ore exploration has been given within the property, as well as several other exploration licenses in its immediate vicinity, as shown on the map on the slide. And the 45,000 hectare rubber plantation is being established by Hevea Cameroon in the immediate vicinity of the site without any measures in place to mitigate its impacts. The World Heritage Center and IUCN conclude that in the view of the accumulation of threats, the property meets the criteria for inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger. The World Heritage Center recommends that consultations be engaged with the state parties so that these new identified threats be dealt with urgently. It considered that if the conditions outlined in the decisions are not met, the site will have to be inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger at the next session. The World Heritage Center on 19th of June received a letter from the Minister for Forests and Wildlife, in which he informs that several actions already have been undertaken since the monitoring mission to implement its recommendations, including the establishment of an interministerial committee to arbitrate on mining activities relevant to the reserve, the development of an MOU with GeoVic and Hevea Cameroon to improve their activities, and the development of an emergency action plan to secure the site. The Minister also notes that discussions are underway to revise the mining licenses which overlap with the reserve. IUCN will explain its different position, which is reflected in the two alternative paragraphs in draft decision. In the draft decision, which can be found on page 8 in the English version and page French in the French version of the document 7b ed. So IUCN also has comments to make.
Thank you very much. IUCN, take the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. L'UCN note que les menaces liées à l'activité minière et les pressions anthropiques sur l'intégrité du bien ont été déjà constatées par les missions de suivi réactif de 2009 et 2006. Les conclusions de la mission du suivi réactif de 2012 s'inquiètent fortement des effets du développement important et rapide d'infrastructures et de l'activité minière à la proximité et à l'intérieur du bien. Cette situation met en péril le bien et l'expose à un danger prouvé, précis et imminent au titre du paragraphe 180 des orientations. L'UCN considère que cette conclusion est en accord avec la décision prise par le comité lors de sa 35e session, dans laquelle elle avait envisagé la possibilité d'inscrire le bien sur la liste en péril dans le cadre de la confirmation d'un danger potentiel ou prouvé pour la valeur universelle exceptionnelle. L'UCN estime que la mission récente a donné la confirmation de l'existence d'un danger prouvé, comme indiqué par le comité précédemment, et donc recommande d'inscrire le bien sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. J'en ai fini, Madame la Présidente. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Now I open the discussion. Please raise your nameplates. Who wants to take the floor? Mali, South Africa. Mali, please take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, je voudrais parler de 2 points. Le premier point, c'est par rapport au projet de décision. Dans le projet de décision, le Centre du patrimoine mondial parle de mettre le site au patrimoine mondial en péril. Et ensuite, on dit, avis de l'INCN décide de mettre le site aussi en danger. Je pense que l'INCN est un organe consultatif. Il ne décide pas, mais il propose. Maintenant, revenons au premier point. Par rapport à la proposition d'inscription au patrimoine mondial en péril, je pense que nous devons donner une chance à l'État partie. Parce que le représentant de l'INCN, dans son propos, a parlé d'une lettre qui a été adressée par un ministre des forêts et de la faune. Donc c'est une autorité nationale. Mais une autorité nationale qui exprime, si vous voulez, la volonté politique du Cameroun. C'est un engagement de l'État partie à améliorer la gestion et l'état de conservation du site. Parce que nous sommes en possession de ce document également, et c'est un document qui essaie de parer à un certain nombre, si vous voulez, de problèmes pour améliorer l'état de conservation du site, en renforçant notamment le personnel autour du site de 50 à 75 éléments, en apportant un appui budgétaire de 60 millions de francs CFA, en finalisant également certains tests qui ont été demandés. Donc, pour ces différentes raisons, Madame la Présidente, nous demandons l'indulgence du comité pour donner une chance à l'État partie, et ne serait-ce que pour l'observer pendant une année. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. South African delegation chair wants to align itself with the comments by Mali. Chair, it is clear and it is our understanding that the state party needs more time. We're encouraged by the fact that there has been some progress made by the state party after submitting the State of Conservation report. Therefore, South African delegation requests that an opportunity be given to the state party. Reference, Chair, to the possible inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage Site in danger at the 37th session in 2013, we strongly believe that it's prematurely. It will be really discouraging to the state party when we notice that substantial progress has been made, not only, Madam Chair, to implement previous World Heritage Committee decisions, but also some of the recommendations already made by IUCN regarding the 2011 reactive monitoring mission. Momentum, Madam Chair, on all of these efforts and commitments from the state party must be maintained and supported. Let us not try and jeopardize all their interventions and efforts. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Germany.
Thank you very much. We thank IUCN and the World Heritage Center for the report on this important natural property, and we have noted with satisfaction the progress which has just been reported by the center. This property has been discussed by last year's committee, considering the identical problems that we are being reported today. Last year, the committee put a clear message when stating, and I quote decision 7B1 from last year, with a view to considering that in case of confirmation of the ascertained danger of outstanding universal value, the possible inscription of the property on the list in danger. And this year's report of the Center and IUCN conclude, and again I quote, that in view of the accumulation of certain threats, possible and even imminent, the property conforms, according to paragraph 180 of the operational guidelines, to the criteria for inscription of the World Heritage List in danger, end of quote. And this, and we have to, I have to state this seems to be a logical conclusion. Having listened to what has been said before, we could go along with what our colleagues from South Africa and Mali said before, but we would really like to keep in mind that every year is another year which goes along, and that we would like to see progress and not seeing the same problem reported next year and at some point having lost this really important property. And this is a really firm statement from our side.
Thank you very much. Estonia.
Thank you. We also see the problem of the consistency of committee's decisions here as before. The state party has not suspended the Gjovik mining license as requested by the committee at its 34th and 35th sessions, and other problems have accumulated, and we share the opinion that no further delay is recommendable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senegal, please take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. La réserve du Dja est un site forestier d'une très grande valeur pour le Cameroun. Il y a certes des menaces potentielles, mais ce qu'il faut reconnaître, c'est un effort affiché de l'État pour lutter contre ces menaces. Donc, je crois, ayons l'indulgence de leur laisser encore une année pour la mise en œuvre de ces mesures et voir un peu les progrès possibles. Merci.
Thank you very much. Ethiopia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think from the report we can see what they have done last 1 year, and they have shown clear efforts taking into consideration of this. I think we can commend the state party, and probably we can give a year more and then realize the sorts of developments we want to happen. So I think we support that the state party given more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, it seems to me that quite everybody clearly expressed their opinion. Serbia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also think that the decision to inscribe a list in danger is important, and we are supporting Germany and Estonia.
No, so you didn't understand. Germany proposed not to inscribe in list in danger, understanding that in future they will make more steps to guarantee. Germany, please make.
If we may clear this up, we wanted to ask for inscription of list in danger, but we see that now finally, and at the last minute, I have to say, some movement is coming. We think in principle this subscription would have to be suggested because each day is important for such a reserve, but with a view to the arguments from the colleagues from South Africa and Mali, we say, please, let's encourage the state party to go ahead and fulfill and implement. So, yes, we are making an exception to give them 1 more year.
Thank you very much for your clarification. France, floor is yours.
La France voudrait reconnaître les efforts qui ont été déployés, les progrès considérables accomplis et encourager l'État partie à continuer dans ce sens.
Thank you very much. My dear colleagues, if you all who raise their nameplates wants to support this idea that we give the state party 1 more year till the and will not inscribe now on proposed list in danger, so please put your nameplates on the, and we straight away go to the, to the decision, because we have amendments to the decision, which we have. Senegal, you have something special to say? No?
Non, rien de particulier, sinon, bon, on pourrait peut-être...
Thank you very much. So now we go to the draft decision, and I give the floor to the rapporteur.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have received proposal from the part of South Africa on this draft decision 7B1. I just want to say that, as the Secretariat mentioned, there were 2 draft proposals for this case, as long as the World Heritage Center and UCN did not share the same position. So basically, South Africa is proposing amendments on the first paragraph, on paragraph 7, and the first draft decision, sorry, on paragraph 7, paragraph 8, and 10, while he proposes to really disregard all the second proposal proposed by UCN. Having said that, Madam Chair, I just want also to draw to the attention of the committee that there is an error in the English version on paragraph 7, little d, at the very end of the phrase, and it should read World Heritage Center and not World Heritage Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe to, simplify a little bit our work, we directly go to that point, to point 7, because it's the key point. And we have to, after the adoption of this point, we can easily move to another points. Please, let's start with the point 7.
Yes, Madam Chairperson. First, South Africa proposes to delete any reference to a possibility of inscribing the site in the World List in Danger, and replace the chapeau of the paragraph with the sentence, urges the state party to. Then you will see little a with some changes, as well as in little c. So you may proceed by each part, Madam Chairperson.
Proceed first A, B. Let's do like this.
Little a. Review the limits of the iron exploration license to exclude the area inside the property.
Switzerland, you have the floor.
Je vous demande pardon, Madame la Présidente, mais voilà, j'ai un problème. J'aimerais bien voir tout le projet sur papier. Et puis j'aimerais également savoir si on part du projet UICN ou du projet Centre, puisque les deux, semble-t-il, sont différents. Donc j'aimerais avoir tout ça devant moi pour pouvoir les regarder. Sinon, il me semble très difficile d'aller rapidement comme vous le désirez. Merci pour votre compréhension, Madame.
Okay, so I would like the World Heritage Center to print on blue paper the amendments and to give to member states.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we can stop the discussion on this item while we are waiting these papers with the amendments, and we can start the item Lake Turkana National Parks, Kenya. Please, World Heritage Center, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As requested by the committee, a monitoring mission visited the property to look at the impacts of the Gibe 3 dam, which is currently under construction on the Omo River in Ethiopia. The mission also reviewed the different impact assessments and the reports which were submitted by the State Party of Ethiopia, as well as other reports available on the impacts. It is also important to note that so far the State Party of Ethiopia did not yet invite the mission, which was requested by the committee at its previous session. The mission concluded that the potential cumulative impacts of on Lake Turkana of the Gibe 3 dam and the other related developments would be significant for several reasons. Firstly, during the 3 years period of filling of the Gibe 3 dam, lake water levels will be reduced significantly. After filling is complete, and if no water would be extracted from the Omo River downstream of the dam, normal river flow volumes would return to the lake, but it could take up to 12 years for the lake to return to its equilibrium level. Thus, the impact of filling may last for 15 years in total. The drop in water levels will move the shoreline of the lake significantly and beyond the boundaries of the current World Heritage property. The drop in lake levels will impact the riparian floodplains and wetland habitats along the lake shore, on which wildlife depends for food and breeding, and will also affect major fish spawning areas. Secondly, the dam will result in a loss of the current seasonality of water inflows from the Omo River, and experts agree that the artificial flood, which is currently foreseen by the dam developers to mitigate this, is not sufficient. The loss in seasonal fluctuation of the lake level is predicted to have important impacts on fish stocks and wildlife species which depend on the floodplains and the wetlands along the lake shore. If we can have the next slide, please. Thirdly, the drop in lake water levels will be likely long-term due to the cumulative impacts of irrigation projects which are planned on the Omo River downstream of the dam. One large-scale irrigation project shown on the slide, the Kuras Sugar development, is already under construction, and there are plans to convert to 278,000 hectares of land along the river to sugar plantations and other agricultural developments using irrigation. Studies show that if these irrigation projects are realized, 16 to 30% of the water could be extracted from Omo River Basin, resulting in a potential lake reduction level of 8.4 to 20 meters. Finally, Gibe 3 is part of a system of dams which will impact the water inflow into Lake Turkana. The Gibe 1 and Gibe 2 dams are already under operation upstream of Gibe 3, and 2 more dams downstream are also planned. Each reservoir will need to be filled, so reduced flows to Lake Turkana might continue for a much longer period than 15 years. The additional dams will also further affect the seasonal variations I mentioned before. Based on the information available, the mission concluded that the cumulative impacts of the Gibe 3 dam and related developments are highly likely to impact the OUV of the property, and therefore recommend that the committee inscribe this property on the list of World Heritage in danger in accordance with paragraph 180b of the operational guidelines. The draft decision is on page 14 in the English and page 15 in the French version of the document 7b add. IUCN also wants to make comments on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. IUCN, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. IUCN is highly concerned by the future impacts of the Gibi 3 Dam and other associated dams and large-scale irrigation projects on the outstanding universal value of Lake Turkana, which is amongst the largest desert lakes in the world. Together, these projects are likely to cause serious damage to the outstanding universal value of Lake Turkana. IUCN wishes to highlight that the Gibi 3 Dam could not only have a serious impact on the natural heritage of Lake Turkana, but also on the local communities who depend heavily on the lake for their livelihoods. And this is like the sites we were discussing earlier in Brazil and Argentina, also an issue where the responsibilities of one state party to not impact the heritage of an adjoining state party come into effect in line with Article 6 of the Convention. IUCN therefore reiterates that this matter needs to be considered as a matter that is considered between Kenya jointly with the state party of Ethiopia, and the first step should be to address the issue of cumulative impacts of the Gibi 3 proposal, but also the related developments associated with the property. A strategic environmental assessment should be conducted to assess the cumulative impacts of all of the developments that are affecting the Omo River Basin in both states parties in order to make strategic choices on the management of water and to identify the appropriate course of action to ensure that the water level in Lake Turkana, as well as critical factors in the ecosystem such as the level of seasonal variation, will be maintained. In line with Article 6 of the Convention, IUCN considers that the construction of Gibi 3, as well as other developments which could use water in the Omo River for irrigation, should be halted until the strategic environmental assessment is completed. If the Gibi 3 Dam and other dams and irrigation projects were to proceed as currently designed, IUCN notes that there is a risk of the loss of outstanding universal value of the property, which could lead, if that were to happen, to the eventual deletion of the property from the list of World Heritage. And although it is not a matter related to outstanding universal value, we also underline the question and concern regarding the potential impacts on the livelihoods of the many local communities, including indigenous peoples, who depend on the lake for their survival. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you very much. It seems to me very not easy case. So the discussion is open.
South Africa.
So South Africa, please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. South African delegation would like to pick up on a point raised by IUCN, whereby they emphasize the fact that there are two countries involved. Chair, we should always encourage that this whole thing of bilateral cooperation in terms of saving our heritage. However, Chair, for us as South African delegation, it is a slightly sensitive matter because a mission visited one country. Now we have a proposal in front of us, a decision. That to us, that will be incomplete. Therefore, we must not encourage tension between African countries. We want to encourage another mission to the other country. And then the two countries should be given plenty time to debate the issue with the relevant advisory body before we can consider what is being recommended, because we feel it's incomplete. State parties should be encouraged to work together to avoid conflicts in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Colombia.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Iba a hacer exactamente la misma propuesta, puesto que el nacimiento del río está en el otro país y todas las misiones se han hecho en Kenia. Se podría, era una pregunta a IUCN que quisiera saber si se puede pedir una misión al otro país, aunque el proyecto esté en otro. Era una pregunta que tenía. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Senegal, excuse me, I have to check. Mali, please take the floor.
Well, thanks, Chairperson. I would like to make just one point. I hear, according to what I heard from the World Heritage Center representative, that a mission was not sent to Ethiopia? And how did they know that there will be a negative impact of the GB3 on the Lake Turkana? How can they know it? It's the same problem we have this morning with South Africa about boundaries, okay, about the maps. Okay, so as others, I wish to have a mission going to Ethiopia and to see what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Estonia, take the floor.
Thank you. When 2 days ago we spoke about a dam that does not exist yet, then Gibi 3 dam is already half completed and highly likely to impact the OUV of even 2 World Heritage Sites in Kenya and Ethiopia. This and other ongoing developments represent a potential threat to the OUV of these properties. We see that danger listing as proposed in the draft decision, in our opinion, is justified, and Kenya needs urgently to address the issue of accumulative impacts of the dam and other related developments on Lake Turkana on a bilateral basis with the state party of Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Germany.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We fully share the expert opinion from Estonia. The problem is, I'm among the few, I guess, who have been to the place, except experts, on the back of a truck without money, but my newly wed husband. I can tell you that people there are literally living on stones. It's hot, burning stones, and the only source of survival they have, it seems to me, as an ignorant expert, non-expert, is really the lake. Also, the flooding on certain times of the year is the time when the animals come. I think this is, as was mentioned by South Africa, a real potentially dangerous situation for the existential survival of the people in this area. And now I must tell you that my experts tell me we have to put it on the list in danger, and I don't know what to do, because we would kind of put another difficult problem to the country who is not in charge mainly, or not at the origin of this problem. So I would like to ask, if possible, a question to the representatives from Ethiopia. Would they be ready and willing to work together with the Kenyan authorities urgently to solve this issue? Really, I mean, we are talking here about the outstanding universal value, but we will lose not only a site, but maybe we will really have a conflict in the region. I don't want to predict that. Thank you very much.
It's really very important question which have been posed by Germany, and with your permission, I will address this question to Ethiopia. Ethiopia, are you ready to work very closely with Kenya and with the advisory bodies somehow to improve this situation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Ethiopia is ready to work closely with the center as well as with the neighboring Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senegal, please take the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Avec ce que vient de dire le Kenya, je pense que la plupart des questions que nous allions poser sont résolues. Nous souhaitons cette rencontre-là et nous souhaitons que la décision soit articulée à la mission qui serait probablement effectuée dans ce pays-là afin de mettre en cohérence les deux approches. Merci.
Thank you very much. Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais tout simplement appuyer la proposition de l'Afrique du Sud d'envoyer une mission dans les deux pays. Merci.
Thank you very much. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would support most of what, in fact, most of the delegations have been consistent on this. I would, of course, support the idea of a mission that is comprehensive, covers both countries, and I'm very happy and glad to note that both countries have expressed their interest and willingness to receive a mission, to collaborate, and to think of ways around it. I just want to, through you, Madam Chair, just sort of confirm that the adequacy of the basis on which the advisory body has come to these rather sort of extreme recommendations that all kinds of things are going to happen. If you didn't visit a country, if you had partial information, if you were relying on secondary information, which has been the case before, then would you as experts consider that as adequate? And would you consider that as adequate to recommend drastic measures such as inscription on lists in danger? That's the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Germany. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize to take the floor again. But I think we all have enough knowledge to, even as ignorant laypersons, know that if there is a little source of water and we know how much it takes, it's not that there is no expert knowledge on the region. There are enough experts all around the region, because this was always a region where development questions were put, where a lot of experts did analysis and study, and a lot of concern was there. It's not that because they didn't go to Ethiopia, they didn't have information about it. If we start doubting the judgments of our experts, we can doubt them in individual cases, and sometimes they make mistakes. But this is a general thing, and I think we have enough knowledge really to say that I can only fully subscribe that the least idea to the least changement to this situation is already a critical one. Sorry, but this brings me up a bit.